Chapter 2136. The Heavenly Wings. Tao Lord was stunned. Turn into a woman and forever? A great sense of regret shrouded his heart. If he were to be reduced to a woman for the rest of his life, what was the point of having a high cultivation? The ecliptic hall master, heaven-shattered Tao Lord, Buddhist Tao Lord, and the others glanced at each other, and they acted as if it had nothing to do with them. Likes to tip others off? Hee, retribution has come. It was said that many of the women in the sinful lady palace were transformed from men. Moreover, the sinful lady palace would usually arrange marriages in order to maintain their relationship with the various great forces. As one of them, the Empyrean Wings, Tao Lord, probably couldn't avoid the fate of becoming a partner with a man. The heaven-crippling Tao Lord almost laughed out loud when he thought of that scene. What? Still not going to accept the medicinal pill? The sinful lady said indifferently. A dignified aura enveloped him, causing the Empyrean Wings, Tao Lord, to feel bitter in his heart. He trembled as he accepted the pill. Eat it. The sinful lady cast a threatening gaze at him. The Heavenly Wings, Tao Lord, gritted his teeth and swallowed it in front of everyone. As a result, her body immediately changed. Her chest arched and her lower body shrunk. Her originally feminine face became even more feminine. Apart from the fact that his clothes were still that of a man, his body had completely become that of a woman. Moreover, she was quite pretty. The Sky-Wing Tao Lord's heart was bleeding, but he didn't dare to complain. Come with me. The sinful woman waved her hand, and the female Tao Lord of Skywings was immediately pulled onto the Genesis dragon. With a dragon roar, he swaggered off. Phew! Everyone in the yellow Tao Palace heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure the evil girl gave them was abnormally strong. They even had a feeling that, as long as Sinful Girl was willing, she could easily destroy the entire ecliptic palace, and no one would be able to escape. We've dodged a calamity. Pass down my order. Immediately seal the ecliptic palace. Within 100 years, the ecliptic palace will be in seclusion forever. The palace master was silent for a long time before he made a huge decision. The hearts of all the Tao Lords trembled. 100 years. Actually, it was less than 100 years. The destruction and rebirth of an era is about to arrive, right? Who would be able to survive this destruction? Gambling star. On a civilization planet with hundreds of zodiac temple civilization systems, in the most prosperous gambling city. Suyu and the flood dragon divine warrior walked among them. The prosperity of this city was many times greater than that of the 7 night gods. Gamblers from all over the world gathered here. Suyu saw quite a few half-step Tao Lords along the way. Occasionally, the aura of a Tao Master would appear. In the sacred city of gambling, there were tens of thousands of large and small casinos. As far as I know, the multi-eyed boy has been addicted to gambling his entire life. He has been in many casinos all year round, but as for which casino he will be in, that will depend on our luck, said the Flood Dragon King. The multi-eyed boy had never picked a casino. It did not mean that he would be in one just because the casino was big. Sometimes they would even appear in inconspicuous little casinos. Therefore, it was not easy to find them. Suyu and the Flood Dragon Divine Warrior tried to find a few houses, but each house was crowded with people. It was difficult to find them. It's not a good idea to continue searching like this, Suyu said. The Flood Dragon Emperor asked. The multi-eyed boy's whereabouts are uncertain. If you want to find him, you can only rely on luck. Suyu felt a sense of urgency. He didn't have much time. Even though he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, his intuition told him that the sinful woman had surely come out of her closed-door cultivation and was rushing towards him. With the sinful girl's powerful cultivation, it was only a matter of time before she caught up with him. Keep looking. Suyu said. The multi-eyed boy's characteristics were very obvious. He had eyes all over his body. As long as he appeared in front of him, he could usually be easily seen. After several days of fruitless searching, Suyu held his temper and stared at one of the largest casinos. This casino was founded by the ruler of the gambling star, the gambling Saint Master. Not only was his cultivation strong, but he was also proficient in gambling. He had gambled with others countless times in his life and had never lost. The casino he founded was full of all kinds of gambling methods. The gamblers were also varied and unexpected. "Let's go in and have a look," Suyu said. He entered the casino. It was a place of its own space. The sky above the space was flickering with many things. Those were the chips of all the gamblers in the casino. Most of them were gambling coins, but 10% were non-currency. Among them were common treasures, talismans, and so on. Occasionally, talismans of the Pathmaster level appeared, but they were soon annihilated, indicating that the chips had fallen into the hands of the winners. In addition, there were many uncommon things, such as women, the enlightenment of the Pathmaster, and even the sealing of a certain civilization by a powerful being, using it as a bargaining chip to gamble with others. Suyu gasped in amazement. When he was about to say something, his eyes suddenly focused on one of the chips. The heaven-searching mirror can find the whereabouts of anyone within a certain range. Suyu looked at the introduction of the chip and was excited. After identifying the area where the chip was located, Suyu rushed over immediately, only to find that it was a rather high-class gambling table. 3 Pathmasters were competing with each other, and one of them was the gambling Saint Master himself. Opposite him were 2 twins, a boy and a girl. What was slightly surprising was that they were quite young. It seemed that they had cultivated for less than 200 years. Such a young Pathmaster? Suyu was a little surprised. There was always someone better than you. Around the gambling table, there were already many strong people watching the duel between the 3 Pathmasters. This must be the second time for the twins to come to the gambling star, right? Last time, they lost half of a 6-star civilization, and they still haven't learned their lesson. Why are they here to gamble again? They are rich and overbearing. They might control more than one 6-star civilization. I really don't know where they came from. I have never heard of such a pair of twin Pathmasters. Maybe they come from a faraway place. However, I think they came here for nothing. It won't be easy to win the world, destroying dust from the hands of the gambling Saint Master. Upon hearing this, Suyu looked at the 2 objects on the gambling table. The chip that the twins mentioned was a mirror in the shape of a human face, which emitted a somewhat strange feeling. The gambling Saint Master took out a speck of dust that was tightly sealed by 18 layers of seals. It looked like an ordinary speck of dust, but it was wrapped up in an extremely solemn manner. It was obviously not an ordinary object. As for the twin Pathmasters, they stared at the speck of dust intently. Their eyes were burning with desire. "Gambling Saint Master, are you really not going to sell this world-destroying dust?" "We are willing to pay half of a 6-star civilization," the twins said in unison. The gambling Saint Master laughed and said, "I have never sold anything in my life. If you want to get something from me, there are only 2 ways. First, bet with me. If you win, I can take it away. Second, snatch it. If you can snatch it away, then I lose." After a moment of silence, the twin Pathmasters said, "Let's bet." The gambling Saint Master had lived for countless years. The fact that he was still alive meant that the person who had set his eyes on him was most likely no longer in this world. A wise choice. The gambling Saint Master smiled lightly. In fact, everyone knew that this was the most unwise choice. Since ancient times, no one had ever won a bet with the gambling Saint Master. He had never lost in his life. Rather than gambling, it was better to snatch it. However, no one, including the Flood Dragon Emperor, noticed that Suyu was staring at the world, destroying dust with a strange look in his eyes. He couldn't be more familiar with that speck of dust. In fact, no one in the Great Beginning Realm was more familiar with it than him. The so-called world-destroying dust was none other than the supreme growing soil in the 9 Jade Spiritual Pearl, which covered an entire herb garden. There were more than 1,000,000 grains of the supreme growing soil. He had thought about it for a long time and knew that it was extraordinary. However, he didn't expect it to be the world-destroying dust that even the Pathmaster desired. He was willing to exchange half of a 6-star civilization for. The Flood Dragon Emperor stared at the world-destroying dust with deep fear in his eyes. He took a deep breath and said, "To be able to see the world-destroying dust with my own eyes is worth the trip." "What is the world-destroying dust?" Suyu asked. The Flood Dragon Emperor said, "It is a very special kind of dust that comes from the Holy Mountain. Every grain is unbearable for a civilization. Once it falls, it can easily crush a civilization. The stone-born Son of Heaven destroyed an era with the help of this dust. He blew it to the entire great beginning realm. Wherever it passed, all civilizations were crushed. That is why it is called the world-destroying dust." Suyu suddenly remembered that when he passed by a 5-star civilization, the civilization was suddenly crushed into dust by something. Could it be because of the everlasting dust? The everlasting dust is a supreme holy object used by many Pathmasters who are related to the earth attribute to craft Tao artifacts. Adding 1 grain into it will increase the power of the Tao artifact by several times. Suyu's heart was in turmoil. If 1 grain could destroy a civilization, then if all the supreme growing soil in its nursery was poured out wherever the dust passed, everything would be destroyed. Suddenly, he remembered what he had seen in the image. The human ancestor had smashed a corner with the cauldron. The dust in the 9-jade spiritual pearl must have come from that corner. It had been collected by the remnant soul of the 9-tailed white fox and placed in the heavenly law's death eye. He had never thought that it would all benefit Suyu. The gambling has begun. The Flood Dragon Emperor's reminder pulled Suyu back to reality. Looking over, the twin Pathmasters and the gambling Saint Pathmaster each held 3 golden leaves in their hands. Different golden leaves were marked with different points. This was a very common gambling method in casinos, comparing the number of points. Each golden leaf had a very unique aura. It was very difficult to cheat. "Let's lay our cards on the table," the gambling Saint Pathmaster said slowly. The twin Pathmasters took a deep breath and put down all the golden leaves in their hands together with the gambling Saint Pathmaster. The twin Pathmasters had a total of 17 points. The gambling Saint Pathmaster had 18 points. He had only a little more than them. Alas! The twin Pathmasters were deeply disappointed and could not help but beat their chests and stomp their feet. Just a little more. Suyu looked on coldly from the side and looked at the gambling Saint Pathmaster meaningfully. How could it be such a coincidence that his points were just a little higher? According to the gambling agreement, this heaven-seeking mirror belongs to me. The gambling Saint Pathmaster took the mirror in his hand. The twin Pathmasters looked unwilling and said, "One more time. This time we will use the other half of the 6-star civilization as a bargaining chip." Hearing this, the audience burst into an uproar again. The twin Pathmasters would not stop until they got the world-destroying dust. The gambling Saint Pathmaster laughed. "I will not refuse anyone." He was about to put away the mirror and leave the world-destroying dust alone when suddenly a voice interrupted from the side. "Why don't I join in as well?" Chapter 2137. Hearing this, the 3 Pathmasters and the onlookers looked at the speaker. A young man from the human race walked out with a calm expression. The gambling Saint Pathmaster furrowed his brows slightly and looked away as if nothing had happened. The onlookers couldn't help but laugh. Where did this human come from? How could he be so blind? This is a bet between the Pathmasters. How could an imperial warrior like him participate? He's probably interested in the chips and wants to try his luck. Hey, human, if you want to participate in the bet, you should at least take out a chip of equal value, right? You can't just use a path coin to bet with the Pathmasters on their amazing treasures, can you? The onlookers burst into laughter. They obviously didn't believe a trifling imperial warrior could take out something that could be used to bet with the Pathmasters. Suyu took out a speck of dust expressionlessly and held it in his palm. However, as soon as he took it out, the three Pathmasters looked at him in shock. The twin Pathmasters stood up abruptly, their eyes shining brightly as they said in unison, "World destruction, dust!" The gambling Saint Pathmaster's eyes shone brightly as he asked in disbelief, "Where did you get the world destruction dust?" Suyu replied calmly, "Since when did the gambling star start asking the gamblers about the origin of their chips?" The gambling Saint Pathmaster knew he had made a slip of the tongue, so he looked at Suyu and said, "Fine, you are qualified to bet with us." The onlookers were in an uproar as they looked at Suyu in shock. Where did this guy get the world destruction dust? The world destruction dust rarely appeared in the world. The known world destruction dust only existed in the ruins of civilizations that had collapsed for many years. Moreover, one could only find one dust in hundreds of collapsed civilizations. The ruins of those civilizations were usually buried in the deepest part of nothingness, and only Tao Lords or above could infiltrate them. Once one was found, it would lead to a great battle between Pathmasters. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to get a single world destruction dust. So, how did this human get the world destruction dust? It was really puzzling. They were so suspicious that they didn't even consider that Suyu might have more world destruction dust. Suyu walked over with the world destruction dust in his hand. The gambling Saint Pathmaster's eyelids twitched slightly as he said, "Brother, please be careful and don't drop it." Once the dust left his palm and fell, at least half of the gambling star would collapse. "It doesn't matter," Suyu said casually, because he possessed the 9-jade spiritual pearl. The dust here was under his control as well. Thus, it was as light as a feather in his hand, so he didn't have to worry about it suddenly falling down and injuring the gambling star. "What do you want to bet with the everlasting dust?" The gambling sage Tao Master stared at the speck of dust with a fiery gaze. He had countless treasures in his possession, but there were very few that could compare to the everlasting dust. The Tao Master had many treasures, but few could compare. He said it was a gift because up until now, no one had been able to defeat him. There was no one in the past, and there would never be one in the future. "The heaven-seeking mirror in your hand," Suyu said. The gambling Saint Tao Master was astonished. In terms of value, the heaven-seeking mirror actually couldn't compare to the apocalyptic dust. It was only half as valuable. Master, the king, Suyu asked in reply, "Do you want to exchange it?" The gambling sage Tao Master wanted to trade, but he had already said that there were only two ways to take the item from his hands. The first was to snatch it, and the second was to gamble and refuse to trade. As a reputable Tao Master, there was no way he could take back his words. Moreover, he was sure to win. Why would he trade? "Fine, let's make a bet," the gambling saint said. "I will bet on both of you. Whoever wins can take what he wants from me. If he loses, he has to give it to me. What do you think?" "No problem." Suyu and the twin Tao Masters nodded. The gambling saint said, "Let's start." He clenched his palm. 100 leaves appeared on the table. "Who will pick first?" As soon as he finished speaking, the unwilling twin Tao Lords rushed to say, "I'll go first." The rule was that each of them could pick 3 leaves. Through the combination of points on the leaves, the higher and lower points were compared. After thinking about it, the twin Tao Masters picked 3 golden leaves. After wiping the light off the leaves, their points were revealed. They were 10 points, 12 points, and 11 points. The highest number of points on the leaves was 12 points, and the highest was 36 points. The twin Tao Lords had obtained a total of 33 points, which was extremely close to the maximum. The twin Tao Masters were very excited. However, their faces were very calm. It was hard to tell whether they were happy or sad. Then, it was Suyu's turn to pick. Suyu checked the golden leaves. He found that even the law of soul couldn't see through the cover of the leaves. However, if it was impossible to cheat, How did the gambling sage path master maintain his undefeated record? People couldn't be lucky all the time. Therefore, the way to cheat was not in the cards, but in the table. Just now, Su Yu's sharp senses detected that time had stopped for a moment. It was so subtle that the Tao masters didn't notice it. However, Su Yu sensed it. In other words, at the moment when time was frozen, the golden leaf he had chosen had been tampered with. After thinking for a while, Su Yu reached out his fingers and pinched the 3 golden leaves. He used time and space to freeze them. That was the moment when a weak time fluctuation appeared. Sure enough, when time and space were frozen, he saw a blurry shadow flipping over the 3 cards in Su Yu's hands to check their points. Then he replaced the 3 leaves with the ones Su Yu was about to take. Moreover, the blurry shadow casually flipped through the few leaves near him to determine which ones had the highest points. At the same time, he memorized the positions of those leaves so that he could take them later. He didn't realize that Su Yu, who controlled time and space, could see everything he was doing. It's no wonder that he's undefeated for eternity. With such a cheating method that can freeze time, no one can expose him unless he meets an almighty, Su Yu said to himself. When the saint of gambling roadmaster was ready, Su Yu made his move. He picked up the 3 replaced leaves under his fingers and looked at them. There was a total of 17 points. Then he picked up the 3 leaves chosen by the saint of gambling roadmaster and found that they had 34 points. Finally, he looked at the points in the hands of the twin Tao masters and found that they had 33 points. Did he want to kill both of them? Su Yu thought for a while. Then he took the leaf with 34 points and put the leaf with 17 points in the position of the 3 leaves chosen by the saint of gambling roadmaster. Just then the time and space freeze ended. Su Yu picked up the 3 leaves. The saint of gambling roadmaster asked calmly, "Have you made your choice?" Su Yu nodded. "It's your turn." The saint of gambling roadmaster couldn't help but laugh. While picking the leaves casually, he sighed with emotion. Comparing points is purely a test of luck. There are no rules to follow. If you can relax and pick at will, you can sometimes get a higher number of points. His words, which seemed to be based on his experience, were praised by the onlookers. All of them regarded it as a treasure book for gambling. Su Yu shook his head secretly. How could he cheat in such a dignified way? Apparently, he was a person who only allowed himself to win and didn't allow himself to lose. Most of them were the type of people who couldn't afford to lose. After finding the multi-eyed boy, it would be better for him to leave the gambling star as soon as possible and avoid contact with this person. Therefore, comparing points is my least favorite way of gambling. There is no technique involved in it. It all depends on luck. The saint of gambling road master said. Then he said to the twin Tao masters and Su Yu, "Then let's lay our cards on the table." Su Yu and the twin Tao masters spread out the 3 leaves in their hands and put them down. As the saint of gambling road master put down his own, he said with a smile, "It seems I won again." When he looked at the points of the twin Tao masters, he could still say that. However, when he saw Su Yu's, his voice stopped abruptly. He looked at his own leaf hurriedly and said in surprise, "How is this possible?" He had clearly replaced Su Yu's leaf with 17 points. How could it be his? The 3 leaves that he had his eyes on fell into Su Yu's hands. For a moment, he even wondered if he had been in a trance. However, when he came to his senses, he knew he couldn't have made such a low-level mistake. It must be Su Yu who had cheated. "Haha, I won! I won!" The twin Tao masters were pleasantly surprised. They couldn't believe they had really won against the legendary saint of gambling roadmaster, who would never lose. Su Yu also let out a sigh of relief and said, "I was just lucky." Then, the twin Tao masters obtained a world-destroying dust from the saint of gambling roadmaster. Su Yu obtained the heaven-seeking mirror, smoothly. The onlookers were all taken aback by this scene. The saint of gambling roadmaster lost, and he lost to 2 people at the same time. How could this be? Isn't the legend of the saint of gambling road master's invincibility in gambling broken? The whole gambling house was in an uproar. They had just witnessed the destruction of a legend and the fall of a legend. After Su Yu obtained the heaven-seeking mirror, he used it on the spot to prevent people with ill intentions from thinking about it. He intended to use the heaven-seeking mirror to search for the 10,000 Lanterns group. However, it was a pity that the heaven-seeking mirror's effect was limited to people within a certain range. He didn't know where the 10,000 Lanterns group was, so it wouldn't work. If he wanted to find them, he could only look for the multi-eyed boy, who should be on the gambling star. Su Yu injected the great desolation power into the mirror and muttered, "Multi-eyed boy," in his heart. All of a sudden, a layer of ripples was released from the heaven-seeking mirror, which radiated the whole gambling star. Unknowingly, everyone was scanned, and their souls seemed to be flipped over by some mysterious power, confirming what their names were. Who is he looking for? He can't wait to use it. However, this mirror is really magical. It can search people's memories on its own. Amidst the heated discussion, the heaven-seeking mirror ended its search. To Su Yu's great disappointment, the heaven-seeking mirror's mirror finally showed 4 words. No such person found. Chapter 2138. Throughout his life, the multi-eyed boy spent most of his time in the gambling star. He only left very rarely. Was Su Yu's luck that bad? Seeing that Su Yu's search was fruitless, the gambling Saint Road Master's eyes flashed slightly. He said, "Who are you looking for?" "I've been in the gambling star for many years. Maybe I know something." Su Yu glanced at him and said, "The multi-eyed boy." Him. The gambling Saint Road Master seemed to think of something, and a hint of fear appeared on his face. Others exclaimed, "Wasn't the multi-eyed boy captured by the Nirvana organization a few years ago?" Hearing this, Su Yu was startled. Did he come here for nothing? The Nirvana organization was mysterious and unfathomable. Where could he find it? The Flood Dragon Emperor was also helpless. Su Yu had finally defeated the gambling Saint Road Master, but the result was like this. It really made people speechless. "Do you need the multi-eyed boy for something?" The gambling Saint Road Master asked thoughtfully. Su Yu nodded. "I want to use him to find someone." Unexpectedly, the gambling Saint Road Master suddenly burst into laughter. "That's a coincidence. I can also help you find that person." "You?" Su Yu asked in disbelief. He said, "The person I'm looking for is always on the move, and it's impossible to determine his position." Without saying a word, the gambling Saint Road Master took out a golden eyeball, which was still stained with blood. The eyeball was well preserved by a seal. Although it was old, it wasn't damaged at all. The multi-eyed boy's secret to finding people is his eyes, which can see places that ordinary people can't, the gambling Saint Road Master said. The gambling Saint Path Master said, "Unfortunately, when the multi-eyed boy was young and full of vigor, he once made a bet with me. In the end, he lost everything, so he severed one of his eyes and used it as a bargaining chip. As you can see, he lost to me." Su Yu looked at the golden eyeball, thought for a moment, and said, "Do you want me to bet with you again?" "Yes," the gambling Saint Road Master said solemnly. "This is the multi-eyed boy's only remaining eye in this world. It's up to you whether you want to bet or not." After thinking about it, Su Yu said, "I can bet, but what do you want to bet? What kind of gambling method are you going to use?" The gambling Saint Tao Lord paused for a moment before he said, "It'll still be a competition of points. However, let's change the rules. Both sides can ceaselessly increase their chips until one side admits defeat." Su Yu mulled it over for a moment, then said, "Do you mean to add an unlimited number of chips?" He did not feel any pressure. There were millions of supreme growing soil. Even if he lacked a few hundred or 1,000 of them, it would not be a big deal. "Let's use 5 times as the upper limit. After 5 times, if neither side admits defeat in advance, we'll have a showdown." "Sure," Su Yu agreed without hesitation. The gambling Sage Path Master said, Then let's start now. Let's count the chips of both sides. He looked at Suyu and asked, "What do you want?" "Something you want?" Suyu's eyes flickered as he said, "I want at least 10,000 drops of the Pathmaster's blood." Hearing this, everyone gasped. Hiss! This little human brat really dares to ask for it. 10,000 drops of Daelord's blood was equivalent to all the blood in a Daelord's body. In other words, one had to kill an entire Daelord in order to obtain so much god blood. However, how could a Daelord be so easily killed? Even someone as strong as the gambling sage Pathmaster had never successfully killed a Daelord in his entire life. At most, he would only seriously injure a few. The gambling sage Pathmaster was also surprised by Suyu's appetite. He said, "Do you know how precious the Daelord's blood is?" A drop of the Daelord's blood was no less than a peerless treasure to an emperor. Whether it was used to refine divine weapons or to comprehend the great path, it was a precious item that could not be bought with path coins. Moreover, he believed that not many Daelords could possess so much Daelord's blood, unless he extracted his own Daelord's blood. But that was obviously impossible. "If you don't have it, forgive me, but I'm not interested in gambling," Suyu said. He did not lack resources. The only thing he lacked was the Daelord's blood. As long as he obtained 10,000 drops, he could successfully activate the heavenly law death I once. The sinful woman was about to attack, so he had to make early preparations. Seeing Suyu stand up slowly, the gambling sage Pathmaster pondered for a while and said, "Okay, I can gamble with you. However, I only have 8,000 drops of Daelord's blood, and I got them from different Daelord gamblers." Upon hearing this, Suyu's eyes lit up. He said immediately, "Okay. However, the Daelord's blood is too precious. I can't use 8,000 drops of it as a bargaining chip. I will split it up and use it as a bargaining chip for 4 rounds. Together with the multi-eyed boy's eye, I will use it for 5 rounds. What do you think?" Suyu nodded. Of course. After thinking for a while, he took out 5 grains of world destruction dust and said, "These are the only 5 grains of world destruction dust I have. They will also be used as a bargaining chip for 5 rounds." Upon seeing this, the people present gasped again. Five grains. Who is that human? What's his background? It's impossible. There's so much world destruction dust. He couldn't have picked it up even if he was lucky. The gambling sage Pathmaster was breathing rapidly. His face was filled with greed as he said, "Those who are not involved, please step back. The gambling game starts now." After clearing the area, the gambling sage Pathmaster grabbed another handful of golden leaves and placed them on the gambling table. Then he spread them out and said, "Who wants to pick first?" "Let me do it," Suyu said, unwilling to pass on the responsibility. "Please." The gambling sage Pathmaster's eyes shone brightly. Suyu's eyes were calm as he activated time and space freeze immediately. Everything in the world was frozen except for him. He flipped through the golden leaves and confirmed the positions of the 5 golden leaves with the highest points. Then he stepped back. When time and space flowed normally, Suyu reached out and picked up the 12 golden leaves he had picked. After getting it, he scraped off the golden light on it and found it was indeed 12 points. Maybe the gambling sage Pathmaster had learned his lesson and didn't use the time law again. Then, the gambling sage Pathmaster took one for himself. After drawing 3, they looked at each other. "Do you want to continue?" the gambling sage Pathmaster asked. If Suyu didn't continue, the world destruction dust he placed on the table would belong to the gambling sage Pathmaster. Suyu said, "Continue." Both of them pushed a world destruction dust and a portion of the Pathmaster's blood onto the gambling table. Then, both of them took out a golden leaf. So far, all 4 of Suyu's golden leaves were 12 points, which meant he was going to win. "Continue." Both of them didn't intend to stop. They were both very confident in their cards. As the chips of both sides continued to accumulate, the onlookers' eyes turned red. How long has it been since I last saw such a shocking gamble? It's only second to the gambling sage pathmasters fight against 10 pathmasters, right? No, the chips of that time were far less amazing than this. 8,000 drops of the pathmaster's blood and 5 world destruction dust. My God, how many pathmasters would be jealous of such chips? The onlookers couldn't help but get excited. They stared at both sides, increasing the chips, without blinking. Finally, the chips accumulated to the upper limit. The gambling sage pathmaster's palms were sweating. This was the first time he had encountered such a huge gamble. Even with his temperament, he couldn't help but feel nervous. If he lost this battle, then he would lose at least 10% of what he had accumulated in his life. He couldn't afford to lose this battle. "Show your cards," the gambling sage pathmaster said. Su Yu nodded slightly and stared at the 5 leaves in his palm. He didn't put them down immediately. Instead, he stared at the points on the leaves and spread them out bit by bit. Although it was a sure win, if he was careless, he might fail miserably. As expected, when Su Yu was about to spread out the leaves completely, an imperceptible fluctuation flashed across the leaves. The points on the leaves changed drastically. Some changed from 12 points to 2 points, and some changed to 10 points. However, the situation where he was confident of winning immediately disappeared. On the other hand, a strange smile appeared in the depths of the gambling sage pathmaster's eyes. "It's a trap." Su Yu immediately used time and space freeze to freeze the posture of both sides when they put down their cards. He took the opportunity to look at the gambling sage pathmaster's cards and was surprised to find that all the leaves in his hand were Su Yu's. There were 8 leaves with 12 points. There's something wrong with the leaves. These leaves had been tampered with by the gambling sage pathmaster, so he could exchange his opponent's leaves with his own. Su Yu's mind was in turmoil. Now, even if he changed the face of the card back, he could still change the face of the card back in the instant he laid his cards on the table. Moreover, his time and space freeze couldn't be used again and again. Su Yu's eyes flashed. Su Yu stepped forward and took back all his leaves, exchanging them with his opponent's. After the time and space freeze ended, an invisible aura appeared around Su Yu's body. It was the unique aura of a 3-zhang small world. It surrounded Su Yu and made him appear in another real world. The gambling sage pathmaster, who was about to flip his cards, kept paying attention to the points of his leaves. When he found that the points of his leaves had been exchanged back, silently he was shocked. Su Yu had a strange ability that allowed him to change his leaves in an instant. In the last round, he lost because of this strange ability. He flipped over all the leaves as if nothing had happened. At the same time, he changed the cards in Su Yu's hand into his own. In this way, Su Yu didn't even have the chance to change his cards. Slap! The 8 leaves were neatly placed in front of the gambling sage pathmaster, and the points on them were seen by everyone. How could Su Yu change his cards in front of so many people? If one was found cheating, not only would all his chips be taken away, but he would also be punished by the casino. "You have lost," the gambling sage pathmaster said without looking at his cards. 8 cards with 12 points, he would definitely win. However, the onlookers were stunned. As expected of the gambling sage pathmaster, even with such poor cards, he can still say that he will win. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. This is called courage, understand? The gambling sage has always been like this. Alas, when can we learn a little bit of confidence like the gambling sage pathmaster? With such cards in his hand, he is confident that he will win. The gambling sage pathmaster was slightly stunned. Chapter 2139. How is this possible? At the last moment, he changed the cards successfully. Why is it still my cards? Su Yu put down the 8 leaves in his hand, slowly with an indifferent look on his face. Each of them was at 12 o'clock. Holy sh*t. This can't be real, right? 8 cards at 12 o'clock? How could he be so lucky? Cheating. He must be cheating. But he was able to cheat in front of the Saint of Gambling Roadmaster without being exposed. That must be something. Su Yu looked at the cards of the Saint of Gambling Roadmaster and said, "It seems I won." The Saint of Gambling Roadmaster looked at his cards absent-mindedly. He couldn't believe how he had lost. It shouldn't be. Those golden leaves had all been refined by him. In just an instant he could change them according to his thoughts. How could he fail? How could he know that Su Yu had just released his small spiritual realm? In the small spiritual realm, he was alone and isolated from the great beginning realm. How could the Saint of Gambling Road Master change his cards? Therefore, the last change ended in failure. The Saint of Gambling Road Master was full of unwillingness and roared. However, he couldn't do something like shooting himself in the foot in front of everyone. If it was spread out that he couldn't afford to lose, his reputation as the Saint of Gambling would be gone. "I lost the bet," the Saint of Gambling Road Master said dejectedly. Then he cupped his fists and said, "Your gambling skills are superb. I admire you." Su Yu immediately put away his 5 grains of world destruction dust, 8,000 drops of the Saint of Gambling Road Master's blood, and the most important eye of the multi-eyed boy. He cupped his fists in response and said, "You flatter me. The gambling techniques of the Gambling Saint Tao Master are truly impressive." These words seemed to carry deep meaning, and it caused the depths of the Gambling Saint Tao Master's eyes to turn gloomy. His cheating methods couldn't escape from the Saint of Gambling Road Master's hands. This was the first time he had lost in his life, and he had lost so miserably. 8,000 drops of the Saint of Gambling Road Master's blood. He had spent a lot of effort to win it back again and again. Now he had lost it all in one go. How could he bear this humiliation? "Your Excellency, you are a guest from afar. If you have nothing else to do, how about staying on the Gambling Star for a few more days?" The Saint of Gambling Road Master said politely. Su Yu said, "No, I have something else to do. I can't stay for long. Goodbye." After saying that, he immediately left the casino. Seeing this, the powerhouses all nodded in agreement. At least this young man didn't let victory get to his head. Just based on the 8,000 Daylord's blood and the multi-eyed boy's eyes that he had just won. If he really dared to stay on the Gambling Star where all kinds of people mixed together, he would probably not survive for more than 2 hours. As soon as Su Yu left, the auras of several half-step Tao Lords in the casino followed him. This was because the news had yet to spread. Otherwise, the number of experts who went to follow Su Yu would have increased by more than 100 times. The Gambling Saint Path Master's heart sank, but he acted as if nothing had happened. He continued to manage the casino for a while before he left unhurriedly. However, after he left, he immediately revealed a murderous look and disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already in the void. He traversed the void and tracked the aura of the 8,000 Daylord's blood. In the end, his gaze locked onto a meteor. "Human brat, don't you think you're walking a bit too fast?" A cold light flickered in the Gambling Saint Tao Master's eyes as he stared at the falling star. On the meteorite, Su Yu soared into the sky with his hands clasped behind his back. He said calmly, "I've been waiting for you for a while. You're too slow." What does that mean? He fixed his gaze on Su Yu and was surprised to find that the corpses of the half-step Tao Lords who had been chasing Su Yu were all lying on the meteorite. They had all been killed in such a short period of time. Looking at the remnant blood on Su Yu's sleeves, the Gambling Saint Tao Master was slightly surprised. "I didn't expect a human like you to be so powerful. Or should I say your companions are very powerful?" He slapped his palm in the air in a certain direction. The meteorite where he had slapped his palm suddenly exploded, and a golden-robed man wearing a bamboo hat emerged from the crack of the stone. The aura of a Path Master flowed around him, and he blocked the palm of the Gambling Saint Tao Master. A Path Master of the Demon Realm? Are you a demon emperor? The gambling Saint Tao Master's expression was grave, and his eyes were filled with fear. The Flood Dragon Emperor replied calmly, "Actually, half of what you said just now is correct. The human in front of you is really powerful. He killed those half-step Tao Lords with his own hands. I didn't do it myself." With Su Yu's current cultivation, killing half-step Tao Lords didn't take much effort. Moreover, it was even easier to kill them when they weren't prepared for it. The gambling Saint Tao Master's eyes darkened. "So, you stopped here because you knew I would come?" The Flood Dragon Emperor smiled faintly. "Didn't he say just now that he had been waiting for you for a while?" Su Yu stepped forward and said, "I needed 10,000 drops of Tao blood, and I only won 8,000 drops from your hands. I still lack 2,000 drops. I have no choice but to draw them from your body." Upon hearing this, the gambling Saint Tao Master shouted coldly, "Shameless boasting!" Su Yu replied calmly, "Whether it's shameless boasting or not, we'll know once we try." With a swish, a shadow appeared in front of his chest. A cone-shaped treasure suddenly appeared and shot toward the gambling Saint Tao Master. The gambling Saint Tao Master's eyes flickered, and he snorted coldly. Insignificant skill. Without hesitation, his entire body was surrounded by the aura of a Path Master, and he easily blocked the Tao Destruction Pestle. However, the surface of the Tao Destruction Pestle suddenly emitted 8-colored light. Impressively, it was 8 kinds of rules. The power of one of the 8 great rules might be limited, but when all 8 of them were gathered together, it was a powerful force in the world. The aura of a Path Master around his body fluctuated violently, and it was broken by the 8 great rules, which struck his path body. 8 different kinds of rules left deep marks on his body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Tao Destruction Pestle pierced into his path body without any obstruction. The gambling Saint Tao Master couldn't believe that he had been injured. Inside his chest, a large amount of precious Tao blood flowed out. The Tao Master's blood would only decrease throughout his life. 1 drop less was 1% less, and it would never increase again throughout his life. The lack of the Tao Master's blood affected the aura of the Tao Master. It could be said that the strength of a Tao Master who had dried up his divine blood was on a completely different level from that of a Tao Master who had full blood. He grabbed the hundreds of drops of the Tao Master's blood that had flowed out of his body. However, a wave of the space law took away all the Tao Master's blood in advance, and it fell into Su Yu's hand. There are 1,900 drops left. "Thank you, gambling Saint Tao Master, for releasing some more blood." The gambling Saint Tao Master flew into a rage. "You are looking for death. Destroy." He pointed in the air, and suddenly a majestic Tao formed an illusory world that was similar to a small world. In the world, there were all kinds of gambling devices, and the gambling chips were all their lives. Life and death destiny plate. This was the power of the Tao Master. He had already condensed the rules into a realm. Within this realm, he alone controlled a certain kind of rule, and with this rule, he could give his enemies an extraordinary destructive blow. The Flood Dragon Emperor took off his bamboo hat and said calmly, "Your Excellency, you are looking down on me." His eyes flickered, and suddenly an ancient artistic conception flowed out, condensing into a sky full of falling flowers and countless fairies dancing together. 2 worlds, or rather, the realm of the Tao Master, intertwined and attacked each other. Crack! A violent explosion sounded in the realm of the gambling Saint Tao Master, and it was quickly crushed. The gambling Saint Tao Master was shocked. "How can your realm be so powerful?" They were both Tao Masters, and in theory, as long as they didn't cultivate overly powerful Tao wills, the realms that they condensed were comparable. However, being crushed so easily made the gambling Saint Tao Master gasp. He realized that he might not be a match for Su Yu. He collected the shattered Tao wills, stared at Su Yu with great pity, and said bitterly, Count yourself lucky." As he spoke, he turned around to escape. However, the Flood Dragon Emperor obviously didn't intend to let him go. The realm expanded rapidly, enveloping the gambling Saint Tao Master. Puff! In an instant, the gambling Saint Tao Master felt as if he had suffered an unimaginably heavy attack. He opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of Tao Master's blood. The blood flowed freely, forming a curtain of rain. Su Yu operated the space law and collected all the Tao Master's blood. After a rough count, he found that there were about 1,800 drops. Including the 100 drops just now, there were 1,900 drops. The gambling Saint Tao Master was filled with hatred and regret. He clenched his teeth, broke free from the realm, and fled. However, he didn't escape for long. Suddenly, 2 realms rushed out from the side and enveloped the gambling Saint Tao Master. The gambling Saint Tao Master, who was caught off guard, was injured again and spat out a mouthful of Tao Master's blood. A big hand was holding the 100 drops of Tao Master's blood. The gambling Saint Tao Master was so angry that he spat out blood. Dark Yin Tao Master and Dark Yang Tao Master, you sneak attacked me. The ones who attacked him were the twin Tao Masters. They said in unison, "In comparison, you cheated and won many things from us. Taking 100 drops of Tao Master's blood is already extremely benevolent. Get lost now." The gambling Saint Tao Master looked at the twin Tao Masters and then at the Flood Dragon Emperor. He was filled with grievance and fled in a panic. This time he had suffered a great loss. Not only did he lose his bargaining chips, but he was also besieged by the Flood Dragon Emperor and lost 2,000 drops of Tao Master's blood. His strength would obviously decline. When he was far away, the twin Tao Masters walked up to Su Yu and threw the 100 drops of Tao Master's blood in their palms to him. Su Yu looked at the two of them. "What are you two doing?" The twin Tao Masters looked at Su Yu and said, "If it weren't for you, we might never have gotten the imperishable dust. Thank you." Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the gambling Saint Tao Master, who was invincible, had lost because of this strange human. He must have sabotaged some of the gambling Saint Tao Master's tricks in secret. That was why the twin Tao Masters could bask in his glory and win around. Su Yu received the Tao Master's blood and cupped his fists. "Thank you." "You're welcome. This imperishable dust is very important to us. We should be thanking you." The 2 Tao Masters said, "If you come to the heavenly court one day, remember to look for us." As they spoke, they handed a coin to Su Yu, which was sometimes cold and sometimes warm. Su Yu didn't know what was going on, so he accepted it. The twin Tao Masters cupped their fists and left. "You're really lucky. I can't believe you met someone from the heavenly court in such a remote civilization." The Flood Dragon Emperor stared at the departing backs of the twin Tao Masters, deep surprise in his eyes. Su Yu was slightly startled. "The heavenly court? What kind of place is that? Why have I never heard of it?" Chapter 2140. The heavenly court is a place that even the temple of heaven is afraid of. The Flood Dragon Emperor said, "Rumor has it that the 8 great ancient gods are worshipped there." 8 ancient gods. Su Yu's heart shook violently. Ancient God Jilong was one of the 8 great ancient gods, right? The 8 great ancient gods were the first 8 Tao Lords to be born in the world. It's said that their strength surpassed the level of Tao Lords and reached the level of myths. The Flood Dragon Emperor was fascinated. Some say that the ancient gods are the existences closest to the stone-born Son of Heaven. Su Yu asked curiously, "Can the holy mountain tolerate the existence of the heavenly court?" Of course not. So many years ago, the heavenly court was destroyed. The Flood Dragon King sighed. "The 8 ancient gods are nowhere to be found. I don't know if they were destroyed or hidden." Su Yu recalled the message that the ancient god Jiulong had entrusted to him by the wizard ancestor. He headed for the Tao Abyss, but after that he never came back. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The current heavenly court is only occupied by some living beings who claim to be the descendants of the 8 ancient gods, the Flood Dragon Emperor said. But even so, it is still a legendary holy land that fascinates people. There are many relics of the 8 ancient gods inside. Many talented geniuses went there to admire it, and all of them were able to gain enlightenment from it. There were many who broke through to become Tao Lords. Hearing this, Su Yu's heart yearned for it. What sort of existence was the place where ancient god Nine Dragon was worshipped? However, he didn't even need to think to know that it was definitely an extremely distant place, and it wasn't a place he could go to right now. The most important thing now was to quickly find the location of the Western Pure Land. He took out the multi-eyed boy's eye and infused it with the power of desolation. The eye immediately released a dazzling golden radiance. "Where is the Western Pure Land?" Su Yu shouted. His eyeballs rotated on the spot and finally fixed in a certain direction. Then an extremely straight golden light shot out from his eyeballs towards a certain direction in the great void. Su Yu's expression relaxed a little, holding the golden eyeball in his hand. He and the Flood Dragon Divine Warrior stepped into the void and moved forward. The two of them traveled countless miles in an instant, heading straight for that place. Several years later, Demon Realm. On this day, he was suddenly enveloped by an extremely terrifying aura. All the demon chi in the demon realm began to shake violently. In the imperial palace, Missouri Xiaochai, who was about to give birth, looked up in surprise. That powerful aura caused the fetus in her belly to have a strong reaction. It actually released a blood-red light on its own to fight against it. Quickly used the forbidden immortal embryo Dao tool to protect the fetus, Mo Xiaochai said. Soon after, the 9 forbidden immortal embryos were all taken out. They released extraordinary auras and protected the fetus at the center. Only then did the glow on the surface of the fetus gradually dim. Mo Xiaochai heaved a long sigh, but she couldn't erase the bewilderment in her heart. What kind of existence has descended into the demon world? The epic-making dragon hovered in the sky above the monster realm. The sinful lady closed her eyes and sensed for a long time. Then she shook her head slightly and said, "No." However, I discovered something very interesting. The sinful woman made a grabbing motion in the air, and 2 wisps of gas appeared in her palm. One of them was the human ancestor, while the other was the projection of the Yin Stonebirth son of heaven. Emperor Xiao Yao, if there's a chance, I'll definitely settle the score with you. The reason she was trapped in the Tao Tai's cage for countless years was all because of Emperor Xiao Yao. Let's go. The sinful lady fixed her gaze on the west, in the distant nothingness. Su Yu suddenly clutched his heart, feeling a deep sense of oppression for no reason. The 5 crowns on top of his head were also constantly swaying, as if they were about to fall off. "What's wrong with your body?" the Flood Dragon Divine Emperor asked in surprise. Su Yu said, "It's a mortal enemy of mine, and he's coming after me." Looking at the constantly swaying crowns on top of Su Yu's head, the Flood Dragon Divine Emperor was secretly surprised. He couldn't understand what kind of enemy could cause the crowns to change after locking onto him. This situation could only mean one thing. The enemy was so powerful that his existence alone could destroy all of Su Yu's cultivation. "Who is your enemy?" the Flood Dragon Divine Emperor asked. Su Yu didn't want to hide it from him. "The sinful lady." "What?" The Flood Dragon Divine Emperor was so shocked that he almost lost his tongue. "Are you sure you're talking about the sinful lady Palace Master's sinful lady and not some random woman?" "Random woman. Well, do you mean the fairy of the 9 heavens?" The corners of the Flood Dragon Divine Emperor's mouth twitched. "I'm asking a serious question." Su Yu nodded. "Yes, that sinful lady." The Flood Dragon Divine Emperor sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Su Yu from head to toe, as if getting to know him all over again. "Tell me the truth. How many powerful people in the great beginning realm are there that you haven't offended? He couldn't believe that a person could attract as much hatred as Suyu. Forget about the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. He was even feared by the sinful lady. What kind of person was the sinful lady? She was known as the strongest person under the stone-birth sun of heaven. Her cultivation should be extremely close to the legendary 8 great ancient gods. Such a person was actually chasing after Suyu. At this moment, even the Flood Dragon Divine Emperor was a little doubtful about the accuracy of the indestructible ancestral demon's words. Suyu said, "I've probably offended all the known powerful forces, except for the Heaven Court, just now." The corners of the Flood Dragon Divine Emperor's mouth twitched for a long time, and he sighed. "I've made a mistake." Anyway, it was just a split soul, and one had been destroyed not long ago. It wouldn't be a big deal if another one was destroyed. The Flood Dragon Divine Emperor comforted himself. Suyu nodded and said, "If I can really find a way to resist the destruction of the world, I will help you." These words could be considered as a promise. The Flood Dragon Divine Emperor felt relieved and said, "I hope so." Looking at Suyu, the Flood Dragon Divine Emperor said, "Why have you rarely smiled since leaving the demon realm?" Even without deliberately observing, he noticed that Suyu's expression seemed to be frozen. Even when he won the gambling Saint Pathmaster and obtained the blood of the Pathmaster that many Pathmasters dreamed of, Suyu didn't show much excitement. From beginning to end, he had a calm expression, as if there was something weighing on his heart, making it difficult for him to be happy. "How can I smile?" Suyu wanted to laugh, but he could only laugh at himself. Qin Xianer had even forgotten her name, so how could he smile? On the other side of the void, the Azura world, the Xianming Pathmaster was in a good mood after finding out the whereabouts of the Azura Imperial Seal. He was packing his things and preparing to look for the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce's 7 Stars Guildmaster, Tai Wuhin. Tai Wuhin has some friendship with me. If he can pay the right price, I think he will be willing to return the Azura Imperial Seal to us, the Xianming Pathmaster said to himself. Noticing that there was no movement behind him, he turned his head and saw Qin Xianer in armor, sitting on a flight of stairs that he couldn't see. She rested her chin on one hand, and in the other, she held a piece of grass from the ancient dream, Forbidden Land, that had dimmed. Chapter 2141. Why is there grass from the ancient dream, Forbidden Land, in my storage ring? Qin Xianer murmured in confusion. And why did it turn into a man I don't know at all after I took it out? She clutched her head in pain. Once an item from the ancient dream Forbidden Land left the Forbidden Land and was exposed to the outside world, it would become the person that the owner wanted to see the most. However, Qin Xianer did not understand why the person in front of her was someone she did not know. If she remembered correctly, this person should be the person in front of the indestructible ancestral demon. She did not even know his name. Besides, who is Suyu? Why do I keep thinking of this name? She murmured. Xianming sect master paused for a moment and said, "Xian I think that when you were in the ancient dream Forbidden Land, you encountered the ancient illusion inside. It affected your memory, and you always remember the people you met once in your heart." Qin Xianer nodded her head and said, "That makes sense. But what's with that name? No one has ever told me the name Suyu. It can't be an ancient illusion, can it?" In response, the Xianming Pathmaster said slowly, "Xianer, don't think about some things that you can't figure out. If fate allows it, you might be able to solve your doubts." Qin Xianer thought for a moment and nodded. "I just feel uncomfortable, as if I'm missing something." If her memory had been erased by someone else, Qin Xianer would have noticed the abnormality in her memory. However, if he was erased by the heavenly Tao, he would not be able to sense it unless someone pointed it out. But the Xianming Pathmaster wanted Qin Xianer to forget Suyu forever. How could he tell her the truth? Don't think about it anymore. This time, follow me to find Tai Wuhin. After this is done, you can become the true master of the demon realm, the Xianming Pathmaster said. Qin Xianer said with a lack of interest. All right, a few years later, Su Yu and the Flood Dragon Emperor set off from the gambling star. After nearly 8 years of travel, the eyeball of the multi-eyed boy in his hand was annihilated into a pile of ashes after emitting a strong beeping sound. This kind of situation would only appear after finding the target. However, as far as the eye could see, apart from the countless meteors and dust, where was the Western Pure Land? The Flood Dragon Emperor was also puzzled. He looked around and said, that shouldn't be the case. The Western Pure Land should be a top-notch 6-star civilization. While he was muttering to himself, Su Yu was staring at the dust and thinking quickly. After a brief moment, a light flickered in Su Yu's palm, and a round pearl that was emitting an intense Buddhist light appeared. It was the Soundless Buddha's Pathmaster's Buddhist relic. Under the illumination of the Buddha's light, an exceptionally shocking scene appeared. Amidst the seemingly barren land, there was actually a transparent and huge hill vaguely visible. There were 68,900 caves carved on the hill. In each cave, there was a Buddha silently chanting scriptures, releasing a majestic Buddhist voice. Just hearing about it was enough to make one sink into it. Even the Flood Dragon Emperor was almost unable to extricate himself from it. Su Yu, on the other hand, released the 3,000 small worlds to avoid being trapped in it. Is this how the Western Pure Land treats its guests? Su Yu asked calmly. His voice contained 8 types of laws, and he was not afraid of the Sanskrit sound at all. Instead, he slowly suppressed the Sanskrit sound. The Buddhas in the cave stopped one after another, their eyes filled with surprise. They had relied on strange scriptures to conceal their existence. However, who would have thought that Su Yu would be able to see through their existence with a Pathmaster's Buddhist relic? Before long, a Buddha stood up, put his palms together, and said, Amitabha, the future Buddha, said that the source of chaos should not be approached. It is not us who do not wish to treat you well. The source of chaos had not been mentioned for a long time. However, it was just as he had said. Wherever Su Yu went, there would definitely be chaos, although to a large extent it was not caused by Su Yu. Su Yu said calmly, If the future Buddha could really see through the future, why would I appear here? If the future Buddha could see through the future, he would have hidden in a place where Su Yu could not find him. Now that he was standing here, it was enough to show that the so-called future Buddha had only seen a part of the future. The Buddhas looked at each other. Finally, a solemn and magnificent Buddhist voice came from the dark. Since the source of chaos has appeared, there is no way to avoid it. Please enter. Suddenly, the hill moved away, revealing a Bodhi tree, emitting the ultimate Buddha's light. On the Bodhi tree, every leaf was a strange and incomparably large world. Su Yu was slightly stunned. 1 flower, 1 world, 1 leaf, 1 Bodhi. The whole tree was made up of many small Buddha realms. One of the leaves swayed gently, as if waving at Su Yu. Su Yu woke up the Flood Dragon Emperor and entered side by side. After entering, a huge world no smaller than the demon realm came into view. There were Buddhist temples everywhere, full of monks and Buddhas. Among them, a huge golden Buddha with a dignified appearance sat at the center of the world, as if it could support the heavens and the earth. However, the golden Buddha's eyes were closed, and an eternal flame was burning in front of his chest. Benefactor, as you can see, the 10,000 lamps Buddha has fallen into a deep sleep. I am afraid I cannot light the oil lamp for you. An illusory Buddha walked over and said slowly. He seemed to be right in front of them, but at the same time he seemed to be far away. He was the future Buddha. They were already very clear about Su Yu's intentions. Why is it silent? Su Yu asked. The future Buddha pointed to the sky, then pointed to himself and waved his hand, indicating that he could not say. It meant that he could not speak about the heavenly law. The heavenly law again, humph. Su Yu said lightly, Take me to see the 10,000 lamps Buddha. Maybe there is a way. He controlled the small world and was not controlled by the heavenly law. The creatures of the great beginning realm could not resist the heavenly law. But Suyu might be able to solve it. Benefactor, please go back. Everything is fate. The 10,000 lamps Buddha fell silent before your arrival. It is the will of the heavens. Why go against the will of the heavens? Suyu's expression was indifferent. His eyes were rolling with white light, penetrating heaven and earth and all things in the universe. If I have to follow the will of the heavens, then who is the one treating the 10,000 lamps Buddha? Suyu said lightly, you claim to be detached, but in fact you just think that I can't wake the 10,000 lamps Buddha. The future Buddha stared deeply into Suyu's white eyes and said slowly, the soul law is indeed worthy of its reputation. Since Benefactor insists, please come with me. However, there is a benefactor who is about to wake the 10,000 lamps Buddha. I hope you will watch quietly and not disturb him. Suyu frowned slightly. The future Buddha looked down on him. If it was not for the 10,000 lamps Buddha, who had the ability to ignite the oil lamp of the mortal body, he would never have stepped into the Holy Land because of their attitude. You kept his cool and followed the future Buddha to the head of the 10,000 lamps Buddha. He saw a group of people operating an extremely magnificent formation. Chapter 2142. Sheng Yuanxin. It turned out to be Sheng Yuanxin. Ever since they parted ways on the Dark Star, they had never seen each other again. In the vast great void, they thought they would never meet again. Who knew that this day would come so suddenly? Sheng Yuanxin also noticed him and was equally shocked. However, after a short moment of shock, Sheng Yuanxin withdrew her gaze as if nothing had happened. Beside him stood a young man in green clothes with a sword on his back. He looked at Suyu and Sheng Yuanxin and asked, "Do you know him?" Sheng Yuanxin shook her head calmly and said, "No, I just think he looks like a friend of mine." Suyu's expression changed slightly, but he did not say anything. It seemed that Sheng Yuanxin had something to hide. The future Buddha led Suyu and Sheng Yuanxin to a place 1,000 feet away and said, "Benefactors, please wait here quietly." Suyu nodded lightly and looked at them. There were 3 of them. In addition to Sheng Yuanxin and the young man in green clothes, there was also a one-eyed middle-aged man. His aura was completely restrained. At a glance, it was like staring at an unfathomable abyss. "He is an expert, be careful," the Flood Dragon Emperor warned Suyu through telepathy. Obviously, he found this very tricky. In a real fight, he might not be a match for him. Suyu nodded lightly and looked at the young man in green clothes. He could not see through his cultivation, but he should be at the level of a half-step pathmaster. His body exuded a sharp sword energy, so his swordsmanship should be good. However, Suyu noticed that this person had an aura very similar to Suyu's. The holy mortal body. He was secretly shocked. That young man, like him, was also a holy mortal body nurtured by the will of the people. As if sensing Suyu's gaze, the young man in green clothes frowned and looked at Suyu coldly. Interestingly, Suyu could sense that he was a holy mortal body, but the young man could not. The undying ancestral demon said that only the stone embryo son of heaven could kill a holy mortal body. Suyu wondered what would happen if 2 holy mortal bodies fought each other. As this thought flashed through his mind, Suyu looked at the Pathmaster and diagnosed the situation of the Buddha of 10,000 lamps. The Pathmaster was holding a mass of millions of hair-like tentacles in his hand. The tentacles reached into the head of the Buddha of 10,000 lamps. Lines of information flowed back through the tentacles and floated in front of the Pathmaster. The message that was sent back was that everything was normal inside the Buddha of all lamps. The Tao Lord frowned slightly. Just as he was about to finish his investigation, one of the tentacles suddenly turned black. Moreover, the blackness was spreading to the other tentacles. In the blink of an eye, no less than 10 tentacles turned pitch black and rapidly decayed. The Tao Master's expression changed drastically. He immediately retracted his palm and all his tentacles. At the same time, he decisively cut off all the tentacles that were about to be dyed black. The poison of the Heaven Tao. The Tao Master stood up abruptly, and his face was filled with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's pupils shrank slightly. The poison of the Heavenly Tao was something that only existed in legends. To be precise, it wasn't a poison, but something the Heavenly Tao used to clean up the deformed Great Tao. There were thousands of Great Taos in the world. There were bound to be Great Taos that deviated from the original rules and exceeded expectations. Such a Great Tao could not exist in the world and would usually be erased by the Heavenly Tao. The way to erase it was to descend a Great Tao of Rebound. The Great Tao of Rebound attached itself to any Great Tao, and it would be devoured by that Great Tao and eventually be completely destroyed. This Great Tao of Rebound was known as the poison of the Heavenly Tao, and it could poison and kill all the Great Taos in the world. It was an extremely dangerous thing. Therefore, when the Tao Master's tentacles accidentally came into contact with the Great Tao of Rebound, they would begin to decay. The future Buddha saluted. Amitabha, so it was the will of the heavens. May I ask the three benefactors if there is any way to cure the poison of the Heavenly Tao? The Tao Master shook his head solemnly and sighed deeply. What kind of existence is the poison of the Heavenly Tao? It is not something that can be resisted by humans. Just as the future Buddha was feeling disappointed, the Tao Master spoke again. It is impossible to restrain the poison of the Heavenly Tao, but there is still a way to remove the poison of the Heavenly Tao from the body of the All Lamps. The Tao Master looked at Su Yu and the future Buddha, but did not continue speaking. The future Buddha understood tacitly and said, Tao Master of all laws, please step into the meditation room. So this person was the Tao Master of all laws, but his name was quite unfamiliar. The Tao Master of all laws nodded lightly and followed the future Buddha out of the Buddha's body. The future Buddha looked at Su Yu, saluted, and said, Please go ahead. This was an order for them to leave. Su Yu's face was calm, and he stared at the All Lamps Buddha. He murmured, Since I have come here, I must see it for myself. Regardless of what the future Buddha said, Su Yu came to the top of the Buddha's head. He squatted down and placed his palm on the top of the Buddha's head. His palm slowly permeated the 8 laws, and they moved towards the depths of the Buddha's head. Time, space, soul, life, death, destiny, reincarnation, and creation fused into an 8-colored ray of light, and he explored it layer by layer. At first, there was nothing serious. However, when he reached the deepest part, he was indeed corroded by the great path. This great path was above the myriad paths, but the myriad paths did not include the 8 great laws. Therefore, the 8 laws were not afraid of the poison of the Heavenly Tao, and they continued to explore deeper. After a moment, Su Yu's eyes suddenly flickered. In the depths that the Tao Master of all laws had not explored, he found a strange object at an even deeper level. It was a round pearl that emitted a pitch-black aura. It suppressed the Buddha nature of the All Lamps Buddha, making it unable to resist the invasion of the poison of the Heavenly Tao. This was the reason why the All Lamps Buddha had fallen into silence. That is, Su Yu closed his eyes to sense it, and his expression changed slightly. The divine pearl of the Tao corpse? How could he be unfamiliar with this object? Didn't the corpse emperor have a divine pearl of the Tao corpse? However, the divine pearl of the Tao corpse in front of him and the divine pearl of the Tao corpse of the corpse emperor could not be mentioned in the same breath. The dead energy stored in this one was probably more than 10 times that of the one in the corpse emperor's hand. However, what kind of evil object was the divine pearl of the Tao corpse? How could it enter the body of the All Lamps Buddha and not resist? After repeatedly exploring and confirming the real reason, Su Yu slowly withdrew from the exploration. Benefactor, how was the exploration? The future Buddha bowed. Su Yu looked at the Tao Master of all laws and said, Yes, it was indeed because of the poison of the heavenly Tao. The future Buddha said, "Then please help yourselves." This was the third time he had urged Su Yu and the others to leave, as if he was afraid that they would stay. Su Yu said, "All right, farewell." He and the Flood Dragon Emperor left immediately. Are we giving up just like that? The Flood Dragon Emperor felt that Su Yu had admitted defeat too easily. Give up? Su Yu shook his head. Of course not. The situation of the All Lamps Buddha is not as simple as it seems. Let's go and prepare something to transfer the poison of the heavenly Tao first. There were only a few ways to transfer the poison of the heavenly Tao, and the easiest way to succeed was to transplant flowers to trees. Flowers were naturally the poison of the heavenly Tao, and would refer to things that could withstand the poison of the heavenly Tao. However, the poison of the heavenly Tao was not something that ordinary things could withstand. As far as Su Yu knew, he only knew of one thing. That was the Tao Stone. The so-called Tao Stone was a stone that had been nourished by the great path of the heavens and earth. It only appeared in advanced civilizations that were 8-star civilizations and above. In places where the great path was prosperous, Tao stones would occasionally be born. However, Tao stones were very rare, and once they were discovered, they would be fought over by everyone. Whether or not they would appear in the galaxies of 6-star civilizations was completely unknown. And in this civilization, there was only one place where Tao stones could appear. That was the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. If even the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce did not have one, there was no need to consider other places. The Flood Dragon Emperor smiled. With your relationship with the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, do you still dare to go to their territory? Don't go and never return. Su Yu said lightly, I think the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce should be afraid of me. Recalling Su Yu's heaven-defying act of slaughtering almost all the hunters in the royal hunting ground, he really felt that Su Yu was right. All right, I'll use my split soul to help you. Su Yu was slightly startled. Your divided soul? Where is it? The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Su Yu couldn't help but be curious. How many divided souls have you put in the great beginning realm? There were 2 in the demon realm, and the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce had both. Guess? The Flood Dragon Emperor smiled faintly. Su Yu shook his head and said, Then I'll have to trouble your divided soul. Our divided souls are independent personalities. We can only ask him if there is a Tao stone after we meet. There's no time to lose. Let's go now. Su Yu wasn't worried that the Path Master of 10,000 Arts could cure the heavenly law poison in advance. He was worried that he would accidentally touch the divine pearl of Tao corpse, causing the Buddha of 10,000 lamps to fall into eternal sleep. The headquarters of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, which was responsible for the galaxy of the 6-star civilization, occupied an entire 6-star civilization. It was called the 6-star Chamber of Commerce. The strong man in charge of the Chamber of Commerce was an extremely powerful path master, known as the Iron Abacus. Every Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce he was in charge of had never suffered a loss. This was because he always calculated everything meticulously and never made any mistakes. A year later, Su Yu and the Flood Dragon Emperor rushed to the 6-star Chamber of Commerce from thousands of miles away. Almost more than 50% of the local cities were used for commercial exchanges, and all kinds of goods were available. This attracted people from all the 6-star civilizations to come. Therefore, this civilization was quite prosperous. The 2 of them waited in a tea house. Not long after, a gorgeously dressed but bearded male Tao Lord walked over. This person was male, but his face was smeared with thick rouge and powder, and he wore embroidered red clothes. When he walked, he swayed left and right, swaying his thick waist like a bucket. The Fairy of 9 Heavens really had no fear of meat. Any kind of person could become the soul's choice to possess. Why are you looking for me? To make a long story short, I'm very busy, Humph. The person who came was one of the 4 deputy pavilion masters of the 6-star Chamber of Commerce, known as Deputy Pavilion Master Tai Hua. He rolled his eyes at the Flood Dragon Emperor and snorted softly. The Flood Dragon Emperor covered his forehead and muttered, "There's something wrong with my eyes." After muttering for a while, he said, "I'm here to ask you, has there been a Tao stone in the 6-star Chamber of Commerce?" Hearing this, Tai Hua asked, "What do you want this thing for?" Hearing the meaning in his tone, the Flood Dragon Emperor's eyes flashed. "So there is? Who has it?" Chapter 2143. Hearing this, the Flood Dragon Emperor said, "Is he a very special person?" "To be precise, he is a very difficult person to provoke." Tai Hua casually drew out a mouthful of red wine, touched up her makeup, and said unhurriedly, "It was the 7-star Guild Master. Tai Wuhin took it." Tai Abacus, who was in charge of the Chamber of Commerce in the 6-star civilization, could be called the 6-star Guild Master. The 7-star Guild Master was the president of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, which was in charge of a 7-star civilization area. "It's him?" The Flood Dragon Emperor looked at Su Yu with a troubled expression. "I'm afraid it will be difficult to obtain this Tao stone." Su Yu muttered, "Not even in exchange?" As a member of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, he should prefer to trade, right? Shaking his head, the Flood Dragon Emperor said, "You don't understand. Tai Wuhin has the title of a collector. He rarely takes a fancy to anything, but once he does, he will treat it as a collectible and never take it out again. That Tao stone might be a collectible that he has his eyes on." Su Yu frowned deeply. This was going to be a little difficult. "Unless you can take out something that he likes even more. Only then will he be willing to exchange with you," the Flood Dragon Emperor said. Tai Hua wiped the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief. "That's right, so go back to where you came from. Don't think about the Tao stone for the time being." "Give up?" "No. In order to fight against the Stone Emperor, he had to light the oil lamp. He could not give up. Where is he, and how can I see him?" Su Yu asked. "He had many good things in his hands, and they might be able to move him." Tai Hua said he is resting in the 6-star Chamber of Commerce for the time being, but he is not someone anyone can see. "I understand, so please make an exception for me, Elder Tai Hua." Su Yu gave her a money card with 1,000,000 Tao coins in it. Tai Hua's eyes lit up, and she accepted it with a smile. Glancing at the Flood Dragon Emperor, she said, "The person you brought is quite good, isn't he?" She stood up, twisting her waist, and said, "All right, I will help you with this." The 7-star Guild Master has been invited by Tai Abacus to hold a personal collection exhibition at the 6-star Chamber of Commerce. At that time, he will release a part of his treasured collection. I can arrange for you to meet him before the exhibition, but whether you can convince the 7-star Emperor or not depends on your ability," Tai Hua said. Su Yu cupped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior." He knew very well that this was the limit of what Tai Hua could do. What kind of person was the 7-star Chamber of Commerce's president? How could he, an elder of a 6-star Chamber of Commerce, arrange a meeting with whoever he wanted? Who knew how many connections and experiences he had to make use of in secret? It was not something that could be settled with just 1,000,000 Dao coins. He was only helping Su Yu out of respect for the Flood Dragon Divine Warrior. This gratitude was well deserved. "It's a small matter." Tai Hua said, "Let's wait for news." Twisting his bucket-like waist, he walked away seductively step by step. At the same time, the Xianming Path Master and Qin Xianer had traveled for many years and arrived at the 6-star Chamber of Commerce. "Our luck is pretty good. Tai Wuhin just so happens to be holding a collection exhibition at the 6-star Chamber of Commerce. Our Azura world's Azura sovereign seal might be among them." Xianming Sect Master said slowly, "I'll think of a way to arrange for both sides to meet. It's best to have a good talk before the exhibition." Qin Xianer didn't care and said, "All right, Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened as she looked at the street below the window and saw a silver-haired youth passing by. Wasn't that youth the figure that she had seen once in the ancient dream, Forbidden Lands? Wasn't he the figure that was always transformed by the grass of the ancient dream, Forbidden Lands? The Xianming Pathmaster said that it was possible that her memory had been affected by the ancient illusion in the ancient dream, Forbidden Lands. But now it couldn't be an ancient illusion, could it? Xianer, what are you looking at? The Xianming Pathmaster asked as he looked down from the window. There was nothing special. Qin Xianer felt guilty and averted her gaze. When she turned her head again, the person had disappeared without a trace. At the same time, 3 figures landed at the 6-star Chamber of Commerce. They were the master of the Myriad Arts sect. They were also preparing to go there to try their luck and find the Tao Stones. I'm familiar with a deputy pavilion master of the local Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. I'll go and find out what's going on. You guys can find a place to rest, the master of the Myriad Arts sect said slowly. The 2 nodded. Yuan Xin, it's rare for you to come to the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Why don't I show you around? Maybe you'll find something useful to you, the young man in green said pleasantly. Shun Yuanxin rejected him calmly. I appreciate your kindness, Envoy Jianmia, but I'm a little tired and want to rest. The young man in green was Jianmia. When he heard that, he said, Okay, Yuanxin, find a suitable place to stay and send me a message later. Xing Yuanxin nodded and turned to walk into the crowd. Jianmia looked disappointed and sighed softly. Yuanxin still doesn't have any feelings for me. Maybe she's really tired. With that thought in mind, he started to look for items related to swordsmanship. Xing Yuanxin walked aimlessly in the crowd. Her mind was occupied by the unexpected encounter with the Buddha of 10,000 lamps. Until now, she still felt that the scene was too unreal. How far away was the dark star? Many living creatures couldn't even reach it in their lifetimes. She didn't even dare to dream that she would meet Suyu one day. In the end, she really felt that she had been dreaming. As she walked through the crowd, she suddenly caught a glimpse of 2 figures that were about to brush past her. One was a middle-aged man in a golden robe, and the other was a silver-haired young man. Her strange look attracted the attention of the silver-haired young man. He looked sideways and stopped in his tracks. The 2 of them stared at each other in a daze amidst the passing crowd. Suyu, Xing Yuanxin. The 2 of them called each other's names. Su Yu's state of mind, which had been clouded for many years, had a rare glimmer of light. He squeezed out a smile and said, Is it convenient to talk now? He looked around to make sure that the master of 10,000 laws and the young man in green were not nearby. Come on, let's find a place to talk. Sheng Yuanxin grabbed Su Yu's hand excitedly. Ignoring the presence of the Flood Dragon Divine Warrior, she pulled him into a nearby alley. The Flood Dragon Divine Warrior touched his nose and did not disturb them. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and leaned against a courtyard wall, looking around vigilantly. Su Yu, it's really you. Sheng Yuanxin covered her mouth with her hands and said in disbelief. Su Yu said, Do you want to pinch it to make sure it's real? Sheng Yuanxin was so excited that she could not speak coherently. She hurriedly waved her hands and said, I'm sorry, I was just too happy. How have you been since you left the Dark Star civilization? Su Yu asked. Xing Yuanxin nodded and said, Fortunately, the Nirvana sect did not punish me because of the moon-worshipping cult. They value me very much and are ready to send me to the headquarters of the Nirvana sect to further my studies. Su Yu's eyes were thoughtful. The headquarters of the Nirvana sect must be an incredible place. Sheng Yuanxin was chosen there mainly because of her almost immortal body of 5 incarnations. Su Yu had not mastered the way of reincarnation before, so he could not understand it. But at this moment, he vaguely felt a strong breath of reincarnation from Sheng Yuanxin. Did she practice the way of reincarnation? Su Yu was extremely surprised. Or did she have some other fortuitous encounter? Oh, congratulations. She did not explain, so Su Yu naturally would not probe further. What about you? Why did you appear in the Western Pure Land? Xing Yuanxin joked. Don't tell me you want to be a monk? Su Yu shook his head and said, I have a very important matter to ask the Buddha of all lamps for help. Xing Yuanxin said casually, ask him for help? Are you trying to tell me that you are actually the same as Jian Mia, a holy mortal body? She was really joking and did not take it seriously. Su Yu just smiled and did not explain further. They chatted idly about their respective encounters. After a while, the two of them became familiar with each other again. Have you found Qin Xianer and Xia Jingyu? As Su Yu's friend for many years, Xing Yuanxin knew a lot about them. Su Yu's face froze slightly. He nodded and then shook his head lightly. I found them, but I lost them. Xing Yuanxin did not quite understand what he meant. She said, I wish you good luck. Thank you. As the two of them were chatting, Jian Mia stroked a jade lion in his hand and said to himself, This lion is filled with a strong breath of reincarnation, which is very beneficial for Yuanxin's training. I believe she will like it. Thinking of this, he murmured, Yuanxin, Yuanxin, I have the holy body of mortal fetus. If you reject me again and again, it would really mean that you don't want to accept my kindness. I hope you will stop while you are ahead. Don't use that trick on me again and again. As he spoke, he came to the entrance of the alley according to a compass that was used to find scents. Why did you choose such a place? He looked up subconsciously and was stunned by the scene in front of him. Xing Yuanxin, who claimed to be tired and wanted to rest, was not resting. Instead, she was deep in the deserted alley, chatting and laughing with a man. Her words were warm and her behavior intimate. She was completely different from the Xing Yuanxin in his memory, who was always as calm as dust. The anger of being deceived, fooled, and kept in the dark erupted like a volcano. Xing Yuanxin. Jian Mia growled in a low voice. Xing Yuanxin, who was chatting happily, heard his voice and the smile on her face froze. Looking at the furious Jian Mia, her heart skipped a beat. She understood Jian Mia's feelings for her very well. Xing Yuanxin understood his character even better. He was filled with a strong desire to dominate. Many people who had pursued her before had died a violent death or disappeared from the face of the earth. She knew who had done it. Therefore, when they met in the Western Pure Land, she pretended not to recognize Su Yu because she was afraid of implicating him. However, no matter how hard she tried to avoid it, the unthinkable still happened. He is my friend. Don't think too much about it, Xing Yuanxin said. Jian Mia's eyes were dancing with flames as he said coldly, friend, you recognized each other back in the Western Pure Land, but you pretended not to know each other. Are you just ordinary friends? Xing Yuanxin, if you don't give me a clear explanation today, I won't let this matter rest. Xing Yuanxin sighed helplessly, looking at the man's overbearing attitude. Su Yu stepped forward and looked at him calmly. Who are you to her? Do you have the right to control her? Even if they were partners, he didn't have to restrict her like this, did he? Chapter 2144. Do you have the right to interrupt when I'm talking? Get lost. The green-clothed youth glared at Su Yu furiously. Su Yu's gaze became ice-cold. If it were any other woman, he wouldn't bother to get involved in such an inexplicable entanglement. However, Xing Yuanxin was not just any other woman. She was a friend he had known for many years. Seeing that Su Yu had no intention of leaving, the green-clothed youth laughed angrily. Do you really not know what gratitude is? If it was any other time or any other place, you would already be a dead man now. Would you still be standing here talking? Scram immediately. Without saying a word, Su Yu walked up to Xing Yuanxin and put his arm around her soft and slender waist. He said, Yuanxin, where did this guy come from? Xing Yuanxin's delicate body stiffened slightly. She was stunned and didn't know what to do. She had never even dreamed that Su Yu would treat her like this. It was to the extent that she herself was incoherent as she said, He's a friend." Su Yu calmly looked at the green-clothed youth. "Yuan Xian's friend, right? Please remember to be more observant. Don't get in the way when I'm talking about love with Yuan Xian." The cyan-clothed young man was slightly absent-minded. He stared at Shang Yuanxin in disbelief and said in a gloomy tone, "Is what he said true?" Xing Yuan wanted to refuse, but she shook her head. She did not want to implicate Su Yu. However, Su Yu's soul voice suddenly rang out in her soul. "Don't worry about me." Shang Yuanxin hesitated for a moment, as she recalled that Su Yu never did anything that he wasn't confident in. She then leaned into his embrace and said, "Envoy Jianmia, as you can see, we have long been in love with each other, and we have even promised to marry each other. I am already his woman. Please don't bother me in the future. Sword Extermination Envoy." Sword Annihilation's eyes widened. His visible anger seemed to have materialized and was about to erupt. "Saint, Yuan, Heart, you've been lying to me all along." Sword Annihilation flew into a rage. A sharp sword Tao, nomological law, rushed over in an instant. Su Yu's eyes turned cold. "Is this what you mean by liking Xing Yuanxin?" She wanted to kill Xing Yuanxin for the slightest annoyance. This was possessiveness. He only treated Shang Yuanxin as something that belonged to him. "Humph!" Su Yu snorted softly, and an intense sword will flew out. "Pa!" One was a sword Tao law, while the other was just a sword intent that had yet to condense into a law. In theory, the former was naturally stronger and the latter was weaker. However, when the two of them came into contact, they actually destroyed each other and were equally matched. Xing Yuanxin saw it clearly and her eyes lit up. Su Yu's sword doctrine could be said to have reached the pinnacle of perfection, and he could contend with the sword doctrine's rules just by relying on his sword intent alone. How could she know that when the sword demon's demonic sword technique was cultivated to the extreme, it would be a powerful existence that could injure the sinful girl? No matter how strong Jianmia's sword Tao was, could it be stronger than the sinful girl's? No way. This result was completely within his expectations. Jianmia was also astonished. He had assumed that he would be able to kill Su Yu, and at the very least he would be able to leave both of them in a sorry state. Who would have thought that the other party would easily block his sword Tao? And it was with sword intent. "Human, you've angered me," Sword Annihilation said. Su Yu said indifferently, "To be precise, you are angry out of humiliation, aren't you? You should leave as soon as possible when I meet Xing Yuanxin, and my mood improves a little. If you are late, you may not be able to leave even if you want to." Jianmia raised his head and laughed, showing his teeth. "Is that so? All the more reason for me to try." How could he have missed the brilliant look in Shang Yuanxin's eyes as she looked at Su Yu? Even if he only treated Xing Yuanxin as an object, he would never want his image to be inferior to that of a wild boy of unknown origin. Clang! He pulled out the 3-foot-long green edge sword from his back and pointed it at Su Yu from afar. "Come on, I want to see where the pinnacle of your sword Tao lies." Su Yu let go of Shang Yuanxin, unafraid. He said indifferently, "As you wish." He was about to take out the royal scepter dragon sword when the Flood Dragon Emperor appeared from around the corner. He said calmly, "Let's stop here. The 6-star Chamber of Commerce's law enforcement team is here. If we don't leave now, none of us will be able to leave." What kind of place was the 6-star Chamber of Commerce? It was a place where the wealth of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce was gathered. How could it not be guarded? Fighting was prohibited in the city. The brief confrontation between their sword Tao and sword Tao had attracted the attention of the law enforcement team, who were rushing here at high speed. Jianmia was annoyed. What a hindrance! However, he quickly sheathed his sword. They were here to seek help from the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Wasn't causing trouble here asking for trouble? You're lucky, but the next time we meet, I'll cut you down with my sword." Jian Mia stared at Su Yu deeply, memorizing his appearance. Then he glared at Sheng Yuanxin angrily, snorted, and left with his hands behind his back. Su Yu glanced at him and left with Sheng Yuanxin. After finding a quiet place, Su Yu said, "I've implicated you, haven't I?" Would Sheng Yuanxin be able to fight Jian Mia alone when they returned? Would the Path Master of 10,000 Laws help Jian Mia? It's okay, unless he lights up the oil lamp of the divine mortal body. At that time, I would still be wary of him. But now, be it in terms of strength or status, they are equal, Sheng Yuanxin said. Sheng Yuanxin had given Su Yu another opportunity to light up the oil lamp. Then he had to get his hands on the Tao stone, even if he had to snatch it. "Have you considered leaving Nirvana?" Su Yu asked. Sheng Yuanxin smiled bitterly. "The power of Nirvana is beyond your imagination. It's not something that can be measured by civilizations. If I insist on leaving, the consequences will be unimaginable." Su Yu frowned and asked, "Is there really no other way?" "There is, unless one day I can make a great contribution that the whole of Nirvana can't ignore. Then I might have a chance to leave. But now, I have the mark of Nirvana on me, so it's useless to hide." Sheng Yuanxin spread out her palms. A great contribution that shook Nirvana. Su Yu remembered it in his heart. The two talked for a long time before they parted reluctantly. This is the heart of nothingness, which is unique to Nirvana. No matter where you are in the great beginning realm, as long as you drip your blood into it, you can communicate briefly. Sheng Yuanxin stared at Su Yu deeply and took out a heart-shaped stone. It was filled with dense power of nothingness, which was quite dangerous. This thing has its limitations. Only people who have dripped their blood together can communicate with each other, and it can only be used once. If anyone uses it once, it will be destroyed. Sheng Yuanxin sacrificed a drop of her own blood and dripped it on the stone. Su Yu did the same. Crack! The heart was divided into two halves, and they each held one half. Unless it was absolutely necessary, this thing should not be used. Then goodbye. Sheng Yuanxin looked back 3 times with every step, her heart filled with reluctance. Su Yu said, "We will probably meet again." Sheng Yuanxin didn't understand what he meant. She just thought Su Yu was comforting her. She smiled sweetly and walked into the crowd alone. "We're finally done." The Jiao Dragon King walked out from the corner and stretched lazily. Su Yu turned around expressionlessly, took a breath, and said, "Let's get ready to exchange with Tai Wuhin." The two came to a place that specialized in renting secret training rooms and rented 2 of them. Su Yu closed the stone door and released the 30-foot small world. In this way, no matter what Su Yu took out, no one would be able to detect it. As the 7 Stars Guild leader, Tai Wuhin must have seen everything. He probably already has many things that I think are rare, right? Su Yu's fingers caressed a speck of world destruction dust. He shook his head and put it back. After thinking for a long time, he took out the green stone slab and entered it. After going in and out many times, he could basically walk freely like a mortal in the Taishu Xian Palace. He came to a clump of bushes. He stared at one of the thorns that was the most luxuriant and contained the most Taichu energy. His heart moved, and he dug it up. Perhaps Tai Wuhin, as a path master, didn't care for Taichu energy. However, there weren't many living plants that contained Taichu energy in the Taichu realm at the moment. This thing could be used for a try. Then he left the place and appeared in the 9 Jade spiritual pearl. He came to the nursery and looked at the heavenly orchid silver bamboo, which had a lifespan of nearly hundreds of thousands of years. He thought for a while and cut off one. This thing could also be used for a try. The heavenly orchid silver bamboo was an extinct divine tree in the outside world. Only a few survived in the 9 Dragons Valley. In addition, it was extremely old, far beyond the normal lifespan of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo. If he took it out, it might have unexpected effects. Speaking of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo, so you naturally didn't forget that he still had a fruit of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo. Now that the fruit was completely cracked, the outer shell broken into 2 large pieces and 36 small pieces. The large pieces were used to hold the incomparably heavy stone inside, while the small pieces could be taken out for a try. This thing must have some special characteristics. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to hold the incomparably heavy stone. After preparing the 3 items, Suyu waited expectantly for Deputy Cabinet Master Tai Hua's notice. While there was still time, he sat cross-legged, and a wooden sword appeared above his head. This was the lifetime's understanding of the way of the sword that Demon Sword Wuya had imparted to him. Suyu had completely comprehended the 9 strokes of the demonic sword. There was only one sword technique left, but he couldn't grasp the inspiration for it. That sword was the brilliant sword that Demon Sword Wuya had comprehended before his death. It was smooth and without substance, but it had been able to hurt the sinful woman. He vaguely remembered that Demon Sword Wuya had left the flow of time and space, bearing the suppression of billions of years of time and space, and wielded the sword. Before he died, he looked up to the sky and laughed. Knowing the way in the morning, I can die without regrets. Even the way is inferior to the ultimate technique. Suyu murmured softly, recalling the words that Yunyazi had said to Demon Sword Wuya. He held the wooden sword in his hand and fell into deep thought. However, after a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. He took out the divine 9-dragon cauldron and looked inside the cauldron at Yunyazi, who was sitting cross-legged amidst the endless divine blood. Since leaving the Taotai's cage, Yunyazi had been nourished in the divine 9-dragon cauldron for a long time because his soul was too fragile. Decades had passed in the blink of an eye, and Yunyazi still showed no signs of waking up. Just as he was about to look away, he suddenly noticed something strange. He fixed his eyes on it and was surprised to find that the divine blood in the cauldron was rippling, condensing into a line of small words. You lack a heart of the sword. To comprehend the supreme sword technique that rivals the Great Path, you must have a heart of the sword. Chapter 2145. I'm at an important moment of recovery, so I can't come out to meet you for the time being. Did that mean he was about to wake up? After seeing Sheng Yuanxin, Suyu's face had a smile. When the time comes, we will welcome Master out of seclusion. Suyu put away the divine 9-dragon cauldron in anticipation, thinking about what the heart of the sword was. At that moment, the Flood Dragon Emperor knocked on the door and said, Tai Hua sent a message to meet with Tai Wuhin tonight. Suyu was delighted and immediately opened the stone door. After putting away the 3 items, he immediately left for the headquarters of the 6-star Chamber of Commerce with the Flood Dragon Emperor. Outside the main hall of the headquarters, Tai Hua waved from afar. Come here quickly. The 2 of them walked over. Tai Hua looked at the Flood Dragon Emperor and said, You don't have to go. The 7-star Chamber of Commerce is very shrewd. If he sees you and me at the same time, he might notice something. The Flood Dragon Emperor said helplessly, I have no choice. It doesn't matter. Suyu thought for a moment, then took out a cloak and covered his whole body. Under the cloak, Suyu released the small world but controlled it to a very small area, just enough to cover his face. Let's go. Tai Hua took Suyu into the main hall of the headquarters. Upon entering, he found that there were already 5 people in the hall. Suyu was not surprised to see Sheng Yuanxin among them. However, when he saw the other 2, he stood there as if petrified. Xianming Path Master. It was him. Suyu would never mistake him for someone else. He was the Xianming Path Master who had lurked in the Milky Way star sand and only appeared when he left the Taotai's cage. Suyu was just surprised to see him. However, when he saw the bored young girl next to him, Suyu was pleasantly surprised. Qin Xianer. It was Qin Xianer. Although the armor covered most of her face, he would never mistake her for someone else. It was indeed Qin Xianer. Look at me. What's the matter? Qin Xianer asked coldly, her whole body exuding a faint murderous aura. Su Yu was excited, but he managed to control himself and leaned to the side quietly. He was a wanted criminal of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, he could not expose his identity. Standing on the other side, he could not help but look at Qin Xianer, feeling both joy and inexplicable sadness. Now, she probably didn't even remember Su Yu, as even his name had faded from her mind. However, they were still fated to meet again in the vast, great beginning realm. Qin Xianer was very unhappy. Although the cloak covered her body, she could still feel that the eyes of the other party were looking at her. Xianming, that guy is so annoying. He keeps staring at me. The Xianming Path Master glanced at Su Yu and said nonchalantly, I'm just looking at you. I won't do anything to you. Qin Xianer pouted. Humph, I won't let him off later. She averted her gaze, trying to pretend that she didn't care, but for some reason, she felt uncomfortable all over. It was as if that person's gaze was very special. Damn it! Qin Xianer clenched her fists. Just as she was about to verbally warn him, the air suddenly trembled, and the surroundings became inexplicably oppressive. A short, childlike man entered the hall with his hands clasped behind his back. His appearance was rather strange and made people laugh. However, no one in the hall laughed, because the cultivation that he unintentionally exuded was extremely terrifying, far stronger than that of the Flood Dragon Emperor, the Myriad Arts Pathmaster, and the Xianming Pathmaster. Without a doubt, this child was the legendary Seven Stars Guildmaster, Tai Wuhan. He sat at the head of the hall with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at them condescendingly, a hint of impatience on his face. You people are always thinking about my collection. As soon as the meeting began, everyone sensed that something bad was about to happen. Tai Wuhan didn't seem to have any intention of exchanging anything. The three groups of people present must have entrusted their deputy pavilion masters, and since Tai Wuhan was here as a guest, he had no choice but to give face to everyone. The people present looked resentful, thinking that today's exchange would not end well, unless Tai Wuhan could really bring out treasures that he was extremely satisfied with. The first to speak was the Xianming Pathmaster. He said, Elder Wuhan, do you remember me? Tai Wuhan looked at him, thought for a moment, and said, Who are you? Immediately, the Xianming Pathmaster said awkwardly, Back when you were still a 6 Stars Guildmaster, I once helped you manage the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce in the Azura world. The Azura world. Tai Wuhan dragged out his words. Before the Xianming Pathmaster could smile, he said, I don't know you. This made the Xianming Pathmaster extremely embarrassed. He had boasted to Qin Xianer that he had some friendship with Tai Wuhan, but now Tai Wuhan didn't even remember. Don't try to get close to me, even if you're my grandson. You have to show me what you can bring out to satisfy my expectations if you want to take away my collection. The Xianming Pathmaster nodded repeatedly. Guildmaster is right. He took out a piece of sand. It was the Milky Way star sand. However, compared to the past, the Milky Way star sand was even more dazzling now. It looked like an incomparably long Milky Way in his palm. It seemed that after the Xianming Pathmaster took it back, he had made some modifications or refined it again, which greatly improved the Milky Way star sand. The Xianming Pathmaster introduced, This is the spring grade Milky Way star sand. It can purify treasures below the Tao artifact level, right? Tai Wuhan interrupted him unexpectedly. The Xianming Pathmaster was taken aback. Yes. Does the guild master have a collection? No, Tai Wuhan said. However, just as the Xianming Pathmaster heaved a sigh of relief, Tai Wuhan said again, Of course, I won't collect this kind of trash. I do have 10 snow-grade Milky Way star sand in my collection. The Xianming Pathmaster's face turned green and red. The item that he was so proud of was actually trash in Tai Wuhan's eyes. Next, Tai Wuhan said indifferently without looking at him. The Myriad Arts Pathmaster was a little nervous. The spring-grayed Milky Way star sand was a precious treasure that could only be found by luck. If it was placed somewhere else, it would definitely be a treasure that people would fight over. However, it was completely insignificant in Tai Wuhin's eyes. The Myriad Arts Path Master lacked confidence and said, "I have a Myriad Arts mirror. It's a Tao artifact. Guild Master Tai, take a look and see if you need it." He took out a rather simple and unadorned mirror. The mirror shone brightly and was filled with many different rules. Tai Wuhin's face changed slightly. The Myriad Arts mirror is the only thing that can create an artificial sacred body. It's not considered trash. The Myriad Arts Path Master heaved a sigh of relief. However, Tai Wuhin said again, "However, I have a mirror that I don't need anymore." The Myriad Arts Path Master sighed deeply. He had come too late. What a pity. 2 Tao Lord level powerhouses had wanted to trade for something from Tai Wuhin, but they'd both returned empty-handed. It was extremely difficult to exchange for something from Tai Wuhin's hands. Next. Tai Wuhin's tone was filled with impatience. Su Yu thought for a moment, then took out a thorn tree that was filled with absolute beginning energy. Tai Wuhin glanced at it casually and said, "A plant that is embellished with absolute beginning energy. Wait." He suddenly felt that something was amiss and looked over. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. In the end, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "A living creature that possesses absolute beginning energy? This is something that only existed when the new era began." When the new era began, absolute beginning energy was everywhere, and many plants naturally contained absolute beginning energy. However, as absolute beginning energy evolved into all things in the world, it would gradually disappear. Now, apart from the occasional appearance of similar things in the 9-star civilizations, it had already disappeared in other places. It's a rare good thing. Although it's not very useful, it's valuable because it's rare. Tai Wuhin's impatient look disappeared, and for the first time he seemed to be tempted. He looked at Su Yu and asked, "What do you want from me?" Su Yu replied, "The Tao Stone." All of a sudden, the Myriad Arts Path Master and the other 2 stared at Su Yu, their faces filled with suspicion. He had actually come for the Tao Stone. The Myriad Arts Path Master and Jian Ye's heart sank. This was troublesome, as the Tao Stone had fallen into someone else's hands. The Tao Stone? You're overthinking it. This item is far from enough to exchange for the Tao Stone. Tai Wuhin shook his head, indicating his refusal. Only then did the Myriad Arts Path Master and Jian Ye heave a sigh of relief. Tai Wuhin cast a slightly regretful look at the thorn tree, then waved his hand and said, "You can all disperse." However, right at that moment, Su Yu suddenly said, "Then I wonder if President Tai is interested in the 100,000-year-old heavenly orchid silver bamboo?" Everyone present was confused, as they had never heard of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo. However, Tai Wuhin was surprised. "You have the extinct heavenly orchid silver bamboo. Wait, 100,000-year-old. Are you sure you didn't say 10,000? The lifespan of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo doesn't exceed 100 years. Su Yu did not say a word. He took out a giant bamboo that was 1,000,000 feet long from his space ring. The surface of the bamboo flickered with arcs of lightning, and anyone who came into contact with it would feel numb. Tai Wuhin was shocked. He stepped forward to inspect it and was astonished. "Is it really a 100,000-year-old bamboo?" He asked in astonishment. "Where did you get it?" He stopped himself halfway through his question. This question was really inappropriate. Everyone had their own secrets, so how could he casually reveal them? After hesitating for a moment, Tai Wuhin struggled to say, Fine, fine. I can find another piece of the Tao Stone, but there are probably only a few 100,000-year-old heavenly orchid silver bamboos in this world." As he spoke, Tai Wuhin took out a 9-colored stone that was the size of a millstone. Both of them had obtained what they needed in exchange. This scene envied the people of both sides. They had actually succeeded in exchanging for it from Tai Wuhin's hands. Tai Wuhin was very satisfied and he laughed. I had thought that I would be wasting my effort this time. I didn't expect that I would still gain something in the end. Haha. He looked at Suyu and said, "We will meet again someday. Wait. Is there anything else?" Tai Wuhin asked. Suyu said calmly, "I have another item that I would like to show to President Tai." Tai Wuhin's interest was immediately piqued, and he said, "Come, take it out and let me have a look." Everything that this mysterious, cloaked man had taken out was genuine, and Tai Wuhin was very much looking forward to seeing it. Suyu took out a fragment of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo's shell. It was the smallest of the 36 fragments, and it was only the size of a fingernail. When Tai Wuhin first saw it, he furrowed his brows. "What is this?" Chapter 2146. Suyu did not answer, only letting Tai Wuhin see for himself, because he did not know what it was. Tai Wuhin held the fragment in his hand and rubbed it for a while, but still could not recall what it was. After a moment of silence, he said, "May I examine it with my techniques?" If he were to examine it, he might accidentally damage the object being examined. Sure. Suyu did not refuse. He also wanted to know what the fragment was and what it could be used for. Having obtained Suyu's consent, Tai Wuhin's palm rose into a field of burning flames, wrapping the fragment within it. As he did so, Tai Wuhin explained, "This is the path that I have cultivated, the great path of treasure identification. As long as something is in my domain, it will reveal its own attributes and information. Until now, I have never failed." Tai Wuhin was still speaking, but his face quickly stiffened. The fragment did not move in the flames. No information about the object appeared. Tai Wuhin was instantly embarrassed. He took out the fragment and threw the heavenly orchid silver bamboo into it. The result was accurate information. 100,300 years old heavenly orchid silver bamboo. Attribute hardness contains thunder attribute. This time, Tai Wuhin was really surprised. Holding the fragment, he examined it left and right, but still could not understand it. Are there still things in this world without attributes? Tai Wuhin was inexplicably shocked. All living things in the world had their own attributes. He had lived for most of his life, and this was the first time he had encountered something without any attributes. Or rather, this fragment was too advanced, so advanced that his path was not enough to control it. "All right, I want this item. What do you want to exchange it for?" Tai Wuhin did not think too much, immediately saying. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief, saying, "The Azura Emperor's seal." What? The Xianming sect master and Qin Xianer were stunned. What he wanted was actually the item that they had been looking for this time. Tai Wuhin frowned. "I want to exchange it for something else. I have already prepared to display this item in this exhibition, and it has already been publicized. There is no reason for me to exchange it for something else." Hearing this, Suyu frowned slightly, sighing. "I only want the Azura Emperor's seal. Since President Tai cannot part with it, I will not force it." As he spoke, he reached out to take back his fragment. Tai Wuhin struggled for a moment, then grabbed Suyu's hand. "Forget it. I'll make an exception for you." Although he had no idea what the fragment was, his intuition told him that this exchange was worth it. Suyu loosened his grip and said, "Thank you, senior." Tai Wuhin took out a bone and placed it in Suyu's hand. "This is the Azura Emperor seal? Are you sure they aren't bones fed to dogs?" Suyu muttered. He couldn't be blamed for saying that. This bone was indeed too ordinary. It couldn't even be considered a magic treasure. Was this object the symbol of authority of the Azura, world's overlord? Traceless Iron chuckled. "Think about it yourself." After he finished speaking, he looked at the Xianming Pathmaster and Qin Xianer meaningfully and left with a faint smile. As soon as he left, The atmosphere in the hall became awkward. Xianming, don't you have the urge to beat this guy up? Qin Xianer bared her teeth. It's already irritating from the beginning. The Xianming Daylord's expression darkened as he spoke. Friend, you said that my Azura World's World Lord Seal is a dog's bone. This old man doesn't mind your words at all. There was a hint of threat in his words. At that moment, the Infinite Law Pathmaster cast a meaningful look at Suyu and said, Friend, I have something to talk to you about in private. Suyu smiled. He was mentally prepared when he received the two objects. This object might not be easy to obtain. However, he wasn't afraid. With a faint smile, he looked at the Xianming Path Master first. If you still want the Azura Emperor Seal, you'd better chase away the Infinite Law Path Master for me. I want to talk to you in private. The Xianming Path Master was surprised. He rolled his eyes slightly and stared at the Infinite Law Path Master with a slightly warning look. Friend, don't force others to do something they don't want to do. Since he wants to talk to me, please leave for now. What do you think? He slowly released his domain, seemingly intending to make a move. The Infinite Law Path Master looked at the Xianming Path Master with slight fear. Finally, he took a deep look at Suyu and left with Jian Nier and Shen Yuanxin without saying a word. All right, let's talk about the Azura Emperor Seal now. The Xianming Path Master stared at Suyu with a look of surprise on his face. He tried to probe Suyu's true appearance. However, under the cloak, Suyu seemed to be invisible. It was as if the person who spoke before him was from another world. Suyu said calmly, I can give the Azura Emperor Seal to you for free. The Xianming Pathmaster was inexplicably surprised. Suyu had gone to great lengths to obtain it from Tai Wuhan, yet he was willing to give it to them for free. The Xianming Pathmaster found it unrealistic. Qin Xianer stared at Suyu with an unfriendly look. Humph, what are you planning? There was no free lunch in this world. The strangest thing was that they had never mentioned that they had come to Tai Wuhan for the Azura Emperor Seal. How did the cloaked man know about it? It was too suspicious. The Xianming Path Master found it impossible as well. Are you serious? Suyu nodded. Yes. However, I have two requests. The Xianming Path Master thought to himself. As expected, the Azura Emperor Seal was not so easily taken away. He said, Tell me about it first. The first request is to be my bodyguard and protect me for a period of time. Bodyguard? The Xianming Path Master was able to swallow his pride and agreed immediately. No problem. The second request is for the young lady beside you to accompany me for a period of time. As soon as he finished speaking, the Xianming Path Master's eyes turned cold. He said in a low voice, What kind of person do you think she is? Of course, she was his wife, a wife who had forgotten about him. I think you may have misunderstood. I do not intend to do anything to her. I simply feel that she resembles an old friend of mine and want to chat with her. If you don't believe me, you can be with her any time. Only then did the Xianming Path Master's expression gradually soften. After a long silence, he finally turned his head to look at Qin Xianer. With great difficulty, he said, Xianer, why don't you put up with yourself for a while? When Qin Xianer heard this, she was so angry that her nose almost became crooked. You want me to be with a strange man, a man who has been staring at me since the beginning? My God, your eyes are about to fall out of the Azura Emperor Seal. The Xianming Path Master laughed awkwardly. You have to lower your head when you are under someone else's roof. Xianer, for the sake of the Azura world, you have to make a sacrifice. He said it was just a chat. Qin Xianer was trembling with anger. She stared at Suyu fiercely. Did you change the Azura Emperor Seal from the beginning just for this? Suyu looked at Qin Xianer and was secretly amused. At first glance, she was still the spoiled little princess of the past. But compared to then, she was much more mature and wise. Yes, why? Don't you want the Azura Emperor Seal? Suyu smiled. Qin Xianer felt that this man was extremely shameless. She said, I don't want, ugh. Her mouth was covered by the Xianming Pathmaster. She said, yes, of course we want it. Then, shall we have a pleasant cooperation? Suyu smiled. A pleasant cooperation. The two of them ignored Qin Xianer, who was so angry that she jumped over the wall. They reached a deal on the spot and happily sold her off. The two of them agreed to hand over a blood essence that contained the oath. They would hand it over to the other party for safekeeping until the agreed time was up. Su Yu handed the Azura Emperor seal to the other party, and both of them took back their blood essence. The Xianming Pathmaster rubbed his palms together and looked forward to putting the blood essence back into his storage ring. He tried to persuade Qin Xianer. Xianer, look, things have come to this. Why don't you just bear with it? You. Qin Xianer was so angry that her teeth were itching. She stared at Suyu fiercely and said, Fine, you want me to accompany you, right? Sure. Come, let's go shopping. Suyu smiled. Sure. Hearing this, Qin Xianer's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. In the city of the 6 Stars Chamber of Commerce, a man in a cloak and an armored man walked side by side. What is your name? I don't know. What do you like? I don't know. Do you like me? I don't know. Qin Xianer blurted out. She immediately realized that she had been tricked and said angrily, Shameless. I hate you. Are you satisfied now? Suyu shrugged and said calmly, How much do you hate me? I hope you hate me as much as the great beginning realm is, Qin Xianer said. Suyu smiled and said, That's the end of the world. That's an adjective that many lovers like to use. Qin Xianer stomped her feet and stared at Suyu with displeasure. She said angrily, Why are you looking at Suyu? Qin Xianer was too lazy to explain. She said, Didn't you want me to accompany you? If I want to buy something, will you buy it for me? Why not buy something for his wife? Of course. Fine, you said it. Don't regret it. Qin Xianer bared her teeth and pointed at a shop that specialized in selling jewelry. She said, I want to buy the treasure of the shop. She didn't even know what the treasure of the shop was, let alone buy it. She just wanted to spend Suyu's money on purpose to piss him off. Suyu said, No problem, come in with me. After entering the shop, Suyu didn't ask what the treasure of the shop was. He said, Ask your owner to come out. We have distinguished guests. Before long, the owner of the shop walked out and looked at Suyu and Qin Xianer with slight arrogance. He said, Distinguished guests, what would you like to buy? Qin Xianer was calm and unruffled. She looked like she was waiting to see Suyu make a fool of himself. Suyu said, This shop of yours is worth a lot of money, right? The owner was slightly taken aback and said with slight pride, Yes, it's not bad. It's only 1,000,000 Tao coins. Before he could finish, Suyu said, Fine, I'll give you 2,000,000 Tao coins. I'll buy the shop. The boss stood rooted to the ground in a daze. Not enough? Then how about 3,000,000 Tao coins? Suyu took out a crystal card. Chapter 2147. The owner immediately nodded and said, Okay, I'll sell it. Besides me, everything else in the shop is yours. The two of them traded on the spot. The owner handed the contract to Suyu while he took the Tao coins and left as if he had won the lottery. Suyu glanced at the shop assistants. They came back to their senses and immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, new owner. Suyu turned his head and smiled at Qin Xianer. Miss Qin, which shop do you want? Just take it. Qin Xianer looked at Suyu in shock. She was amused and annoyed at the same time. Okay, let's continue shopping. Okay. Suyu smiled lightly. After leaving the shop, they passed by a luxuriously decorated shop. Qin Xianer said, Don't you like to buy shops? Then how about buying this one? The shop in front of them cost at least 10,000,000 Tao coins, right? Such a huge amount of Tao coins was not something anyone below the Pathmaster could afford. Sure, wait for me here for a while. Suyu left alone. Not long after, he returned with a pile of contracts and said, "Choose whichever shop you like. I've already bought the entire street. You can have any shop you want." Qin Xianer took a deep breath and stared at Su Yu in disbelief. "Are you crazy? How many Dao coins would it take to buy an entire street? Where did Su Yu get so many Dao coins?" She could not understand it at all. She did not know that Su Yu had obtained Meng Ku, a space storage device. Meng Ku was a strong person from the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. The Dao coins in her hands were an astronomical figure. Buying an entire street was not even a drop in the bucket. "For you, it doesn't matter if I'm crazy." Su Yu smiled indifferently. Qin Xianer was stunned. Her heart rippled with a familiar feeling, like a pearl forgotten in the dust of yesterday. She looked back and found it was still there. However, as soon as this feeling arose, it was erased by a mysterious force. "Ridiculous. I have never met you before, all right?" Qin Xianer shook her head and said. Su Yu took a deep breath and slowly took off his cloak, revealing his face. He said deeply, "How could I not have met you before? It's just that you have forgotten." Qin Xianer saw his face clearly and was slightly stunned. "The person in the ancient dream Forbidden Land? Why are you here? I remember you. Xianming said that you could be a phantom created by the ancient dream Forbidden Land. However, it doesn't seem that way." Su Yu shook his head lightly. "No, you don't remember me, and I'm not an illusion. I'm an old friend of yours." "Yumi? An old friend?" Qin Xianer felt that it was unbelievable. This explanation was too strange, and she was unable to accept it. This was because she couldn't remember ever meeting Su Yu, not even once. Sorrow welled up in Su Yu's eyes as he said, "That's right, an old friend that I've already forgotten." Qin Xianer shook her head. She felt that Su Yu must have gone crazy. Why couldn't she remember forgetting someone? As she thought of this, Qin Xianer suddenly froze. She really did have someone she might have forgotten. After hesitating for a long time, Qin Xianer looked at Su Yu and asked, "Are you Su Yu?" Upon hearing this, Su Yu's expression changed drastically. His eyes flashed with excitement, and he said in disbelief, "You? How do you know Su Yu?" Qin Xianer said, "There has always been a name called Su Yu in my mind. I can't forget it or erase it. It has always existed. Could it be that you are Su Yu?" Su Yu was extremely excited. It turned out that he had destroyed his body and sacrificed everything just for Qin Xianer to remember his name. In the end, he didn't fail. She really remembered him. I am Su Yu." Su Yu found that his heart, which had been silent for many years, couldn't help but tremble slightly. Qin Xianer had a knowing expression on her face as she said, "I guessed it was you." An unfamiliar name that couldn't be erased from his mind. An unfamiliar figure that was transformed from the grass in the ancient dream, Forbidden Land. It shouldn't be difficult to guess that Su Yu was the name of that figure. What was the relationship between you and me in the past? Qin Xianer asked curiously. The name was so deeply engraved in her heart. It shouldn't be an ordinary relationship, right? Su Yu was excited. He wanted to tell her all the stories about him and Qin Xianer. However, when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back. The current Xianer, apart from remembering his name, had forgotten everything. It was as if nothing had happened. If he were to tell her now that he was her wife, how would she feel? Putting himself in her shoes, if a woman he didn't know suddenly pestered Su Yu and said that she was his wife, would Su Yu accept it? Obviously not. Friends. Su Yu's heart was filled with indescribable sadness. He had never thought that one day he would reunite with Qin Xianer as friends. Qin Xianer nodded blankly. "Then why don't I remember you at all?" Su Yu looked at her and said, "Because we haven't seen each other for a long time." "Is that so?" Qin Xianer was skeptical. Yes. She didn't notice the smile on her face. Su Yu nodded with an infected expression. Qin Xianer said, "All right, then I'll forgive you for staring at me rudely. However, since we're just friends, I hope you don't go too far and don't say anything rashly. Thinking of the familiar fluctuations in her heart just now, Qin Xianer felt slightly uncomfortable. I will. Su Yu nodded lightly. He was already satisfied that their relationship could be fixed at the beginning. Suddenly, Su Yu covered himself with the cloak again, making it impossible for others to see his face clearly. The Xianming Path Master suddenly appeared at this moment and said, "Young man, you have great foresight. That old guy, the Master of Myriad Laws, really doesn't want to let this go." His face was a little grave. "Later, I might only be able to stall the Master of Myriad Laws, and I won't be able to get away for long. Take care of yourself." The Master of Myriad Laws was so powerful that even the Xianming Path Master was extremely fearful. Su Yu said lightly, "It doesn't matter. I'm not asking you to fight alone." The Xianming Path Master didn't understand what he meant. Right at this moment, the Flood Dragon Emperor also noticed the movements of the Master of Myriad Laws and the others. He immediately rushed over and said, "What will come will come. This battle is probably unavoidable." Su Yu said calmly, "Yes, let's leave the 6th Star Chamber of Commerce. There are too many people here, and it's not convenient to fight." The group of people agreed and immediately stepped into the Great Void. As soon as they entered the Great Void, the Master of Myriad Laws and the other two caught up with them. The Master of Myriad Laws looked at the Azura Divine Emperor and the Flood Dragon Emperor fearfully. He stared at Su Yu and said, "Young man, the Tao Stone doesn't mean much to you. I can give you the price you want in exchange for it." Su Yu thought for a moment and said, "Then can I use the Tao Stone in exchange for the freedom of Shang Yuanxin?" The Master of Myriad Laws looked at Shang Yuanxin and said, "I can consider it. I will apply to the headquarters." Chapter 2148. Everyone said that as an excuse. If he was really confident, he wouldn't have said that. "Give me the Tao Stone first, and I'll apply for it from the headquarters," the Master of Myriad Laws said. Sure enough. Su Yu smiled without saying anything. He said indifferently, "You're a Path Master, and yet you're trying to fool me? Or do you think you can defeat me?" He just wanted to confirm whether it was really difficult for Shang Yuanxin to leave the Nirvana realm. Now it seemed that it was indeed the case. At least the Master of Myriad Laws wasn't confident at all. "I'm not trying to start a fight. I'm just trying to negotiate with you calmly," the Master of Myriad Laws said slowly. "Give me the Tao Stone, and I'll give you the Realm of Law. How about that?" Hearing that, even the Xianming Path Master couldn't help but laugh. "Sir, if the Realm of Law could be exchanged for the Tao Stone, would we still be here now? Tai Wuhin would have exchanged it for you long ago. Is this what you mean by negotiating calmly?" The Master of Myriad Laws said calmly, "Then I'll pay you with some Tao coins. How about that?" Su Yu shook his head and said, "What if I say I don't want exchange?" The Tao Stone was incomparably useful to him. How could mere Tao coins replace it? The Master of Myriad Laws said calmly, "Then I have no choice but to reason with you." His body was split into two halves with the space between his eyebrows as the center. Each half would be replicated with his own body as the foundation. In this way, they would become two identical Master of Myriad Laws. Surprisingly, although the aura of the two halves had weakened, the cultivation realm that they exuded was still at the level of a Path Master. This was the reason why he was so determined to defeat Su Yu. The eyes of the Flood Dragon Emperor and the Xianming Path Master froze. If they fought like this, they would still be able to suppress their opponents. However, Su Yu and Qin Xianer could only face Xing Yuanxin and Jian Ya alone. "I'll say it for the last time. Are you going to exchange or not?" Su Yu shook his head slightly and said, "We've already come this far, and you're still asking whether to exchange or not. If you want to fight, let's fight. Cut the crap." The Master of Myriad Laws snorted coldly, and the two Path Masters launched their domains at Su Yu. Humph! The Flood Dragon Emperor and the Xianming Pathmaster each intercepted a clone and said, "Your opponent is me." The 4 Tao Lords fought each other. The entire sky was filled with domains that flew about and emitted expanses of destructive light. Any existence below the Tao Lord level who got close to it would have no chance of survival. Jian Mia and Sheng Yuanxin both stared at Suyu. When they saw the Flood Dragon Divine Warrior, they had already associated the mysterious cloaked man with many treasures with him to be Suyu. After all, the Flood Dragon Emperor was always by Suyu's side on the head of the Buddha of 10,000 lamps. The former hated Suyu very much, while the latter's eyes were filled with worry. He thought to himself, Suyu really took something that he shouldn't have. Hee, you still can escape. Jian Mia smiled calmly, drew out the long sword at his waist, and pointed it at Suyu from afar. Come on, let me see if you still dare to be so arrogant when we leave the 6-star Chamber of Commerce. Suyu was not afraid at all and calmly said, I don't need to be arrogant in front of you. Clenching his fist, the Sovereign Dragon sword appeared in his hand, and a sharp sword aura slowly emanated from it. When Jian Mia saw the sword, his eyes brightened, and he shook his head regretfully. The sword is a good sword, but the owner is not a good one. It would be a waste to give this sword to you. Fine, I'll show you the elegance of someone who has achieved great success in the way of the sword. Jian Mia said calmly. He waved the long sword, and a chain of rules moved along with the sword, twining around the body of the sword and stabbing forward together with it. Suyu was indifferent, and in a low voice he said, A sword of ultimate ruins. The pitch-black shadow of the sword that filled the sky formed a sword dragon under the enhancement of the dragon's might, roaring as it charged forward. What? Jian Mia's expression changed. He had never expected Suyu to have such a powerful sword technique. Break, he bellowed, and the power of the way of the sword increased by 30%, destroying the oncoming mad dragon. However, his clothes were torn into strips of cloth, and his body was riddled with wounds. Jian Mia was shocked and furious. He was about to berate Suyu when he heard Suyu say, The elegance of the way of the sword is nothing much. It doesn't match your tone at all. Humph. Jian Mia glanced at Shang Yuanxin, who was curling her lips slightly, and flew into a rage out of humiliation. That was just a warm-up. Now, I'll show you the real way of the sword. Suyu couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. He put away the royal scepter dragon sword and clenched his fist. 9 silver blazing suns rose from his back. 9 suns, cosmos, sword formation. Suyu bellowed. The sword formation, which Suyu hadn't seen in a long time, was once again being used by him after dozens of years. The 9 blazing suns instantly condensed into a sword radiance that seemed as if it could split the heavens and the earth apart. Jian Mia's expression changed drastically. He was on high alert, and he bellowed, Everlasting sword heart! A heart in the shape of a small sword was suddenly beating in his chest. An incomparably majestic sword was released from the heart, which condensed into a thick layer of armor around his body. The 9 suns cosmos sword formation, which could totally kill a half-Tao Lord, had only left a remnant mark on the armor. Suyu was shocked, and he stared at the heart with a deep look in his eyes. He had thought that the sword heart that Yun Yazi had mentioned was something that had been comprehended. He hadn't expected it to be the real heart. Only by obtaining the sword heart could one comprehend the most exquisite swordsmanship. He really hadn't expected that the sword heart was so far away, yet it was so close at hand. After a single stroke, Jian Mia retracted his sword will, and his eyes were filled with deep fear as he looked at Suyu. The other party didn't cultivate the way of the sword, but his swordsmanship was on par with his? What kind of genius in the way of the sword was this? Jian Mia was proud of his swordsmanship. How could he tolerate someone surpassing him in what he was best at? Either you die or I die. Jian Mia growled. The sword heart in his chest suddenly flew out of his body and slashed at Suyu. Suyu wasn't angry. Instead, he was delighted. Without even looking at it, the shadow of a pendant appeared on his chest. With the Flood Dragon Emperor around, there was no need to worry about the Path Masters instilling their way wills. The Tao Destruction Pestle was activated instantly, and the sword heart was blasted backward. Several drops of the heart's blood dripped from it. Jian Mie's mind was connected, so he was restrained. He groaned in pain and immediately retracted the sword heart. He retracted it along with the dripping heart's blood. However, all of a sudden, a space law descended and enveloped both of them. Jian Mie turned pale with fright. The sword heart was his lifeline. How could he allow anyone to snatch it away? Come back! With a loud roar, the sword heart used its own powerful sword will to forcefully break through the law and return to Jian Mie's heart. However, the 3 drops of heart's blood were snatched away by Suyu, and they floated in his palm. Suyu's eyes were filled with regret. The sword heart possessed spiritual qualities and only followed its host. It would only choose another master if the host died. Give me back my heart's blood. Jian Mie's face was abnormally pale. The loss of 3 drops of heart's blood was obviously a considerable loss for him. Master of the Myriad Laws, stop fighting. My sword heart is damaged. The 2 Master of the Myriad Laws who were engaged in battle retreated in unison and came before Jian Mie. His gaze swept across, and his eyes immediately darkened. He said, "If you don't want to become enemies with Nirvana, return the heart's blood, and we'll pretend this never happened." When Suyu heard that, he merely smiled and stored the 3 drops of heart's blood into the space storage device. Was he afraid of offending anyone? He had offended the stone-birth Son of Heaven. So why would he be afraid of a Nirvana? You're courting death. The Master of the Myriad Laws' face was surging with anger. The Shenming Path Master walked over and stood in front of Suyu. Indifferently, he said, "Didn't we agree to discuss this? Why are you angry?" The Flood Dragon Emperor also stood with his arms crossed. He said, "Haha, you can intercept and kill us, but you can't even allow us to take something from you. How domineering." The 2 sides stood facing each other from afar. Right at that moment, suddenly, an invisible giant palm appeared in the sky above the 6 Stars Chamber of Commerce, enveloping the entire civilization. The aura of the remnants of life and death suddenly swept over. The pupils of the 6 people outside the civilization shrank. Heavenly Law. Chapter 2149. All 6 of them stopped fighting and stared at the palm of the Heavenly Tao in shock. After the palm of the Heavenly Law shrouded the entire 6 Star Chamber of Commerce, it suddenly grabbed downward. A struggling human figure was revealed. Chairman Tai. The Myriad Law's Tao Lord revealed a look of shock. Why would the Heavenly Tao attack him? Could it be that he had done something heaven-defying? Provoke the Heavenly Tao to personally suppress him? They couldn't see it clearly, but Suyu discovered a clue. A tiny fragment emerged from President Tai's chest. That fragment was the fragment of the heavenly orchid silver bamboos fruit that Suyu had exchanged with. It was also the non-elemental fragment. His heart thumped wildly. How could a simple fragment attract the descent of the Heavenly Tao? What exactly was that fragment? Pa! Right at this moment, the palm of the Heaven Tao clenched its fist and crushed Tai Wuhin into pieces. The fragment was retrieved by the palm of the Heavenly Tao. From the moment the heavenly axiom appeared to the moment it had left an indelible impression on them. Do you still want to continue? The Jiao Dragon Emperor revealed a look of extreme wariness. The Myriad Law Tao Master's face was filled with fear, and he took a deep look at Suyu. He then said, "Trust me, we will meet again soon." After saying that, he left with Jian Mie and Shen Yuanxin, who had lost their sword heart's blood. Due to the intervention of the Heavenly Tao, the great battle between the 2 sides came to an end midway. There's no time to lose. Let's set off immediately. Su Yu took one last look in the direction where the heavenly law had left. He was extremely curious about the silver fruit. The heavenly Tao didn't hesitate to appear and snatch away the fruit's outer shell fragment, and even killed the owner. Then what kind of existence was the stone and the fruit? The four of them set off and returned to the Western Pure Land. At that time, a white dragon swam in the deep black void and slowly approached. The sinful lady sensed that Su Yu's aura was getting closer and closer. She let out a long sigh and said, "There will be a result in the end." Several years later, in the Western Pure Land, Su Yu and the others returned. The future Buddha sat cross-legged on the head of the Buddha of myriad lamps. He slowly opened his eyes and said with a benevolent expression, "Benefactor, what brings you here to the Western Pure Land?" Su Yu replied calmly, "You are not the future Buddha, so how can you know the future? Why don't you tell me what I plan to do?" The future Buddha chuckled and stepped aside without saying a word. After glancing at him, Su Yu came to the head of the Buddha of 10,000 lamps and said, "All of you, protect me. Don't let anyone come near me." He took out the 9-colored Tao stone, condensed the 8 great laws of nature in his palm, and slowly reached into the skull of the Buddha of myriad lamps. As the law continued to extend, it soon touched the poison of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao poison was immediately attached to the 8 great nomological laws, and it flew along the nomological laws towards the owner of the nomological laws. Soon, a trace of the poison of the heavenly law, which was as dark as ink, rushed out from the top of the Buddha's skull along the rules and attacked Su Yu. At the critical moment, Su Yu placed his palm on the 9-colored Tao stone. The poison of the heavenly law entered the Tao stone in an instant, trying to penetrate it and continue to attack Su Yu. In the end, the 9-colored Tao stone completely withstood the poison of the heavenly Tao, and spiritual energy was deposited within it. The poison of the heavenly Tao within the Buddha of myriad lanterns flowed out along the trajectory of this poison of the heavenly Tao. In the end, not a single trace of it was left and gathered in the Tao stone. The Tao stone, which was originally of 9 colors, was now scorched black and filled with the poison of the heavenly law. The future Buddha, who was beside him, stepped forward with a pleasant expression and said, "Benefactor, you have achieved a great success. Amit Ba, please come down with me to rest." However, as soon as he walked over, the Flood Dragon Emperor's eyes turned sharp, and he said, "Future Buddha, the healing is not over yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Stand aside and wait quietly." The future Buddha smiled and stepped back, but the look in his eyes changed slightly. Su Yu looked at the Tao stone that had absorbed enough poison of the heavenly law. He did not throw it away, but carefully put it away. This object was a rare treasure at the critical moment, so how could he just throw it away? Looking at the Buddha of myriad lamps, who showed no signs of waking up, Su Yu thought to himself that the divine pearl of the Tao corpse was the culprit that prevented the Buddha of myriad lamps from waking up. As for obtaining this pearl, Su Yu had only one way. He took out the Buddha's relic of the faceless Buddha and slowly placed it on the top of the Buddha of myriad lamps' skull. Suddenly, the Buddha's relic underwent an unprecedented change. From it, a great Buddha with his back to the world was born, emitting a rich Buddha's light. The remnant soul of the faceless Buddha? Su Yu was a little surprised. The faceless Buddha, who had died many years ago, had left behind a Buddha's relic that contained a wisp of his soul. The Buddha helps the destined. Su Yu, the fact that you can come to the holy land of Western Paradise and stand in front of the Buddha of myriad lamps is your destiny. Come with me. Suddenly, Su Yu felt that there was nothing under his feet, and his whole body fell uncontrollably. With a bang, he landed on the ground with both feet. The first thing he saw was a spinning black pearl. It was the divine pearl of the Tao corpse. To dissolve the divine pearl of the Tao corpse, only the power of the Buddha's relic is left. However, I only have a wisp of my remnant soul left, so I can't activate the Buddha's relic. I can only rely on you." Suyu nodded. "That's exactly what I came here for." He held the Buddha's relic and slowly activated it with his soul strength. Waves of pure Buddhist energy gushed out from the Buddha's relic and sprayed on the divine pearl of the Tao corpse. The pitch-black divine pearl of the Tao corpse immediately dimmed. Seeing that it was effective, Suyu sat with his legs crossed and persistently activated the Buddha's relic with his soul strength. During the activation process, Suyu found that every time he activated it, his soul was not tired. Instead, it became stronger. He distracted himself to check his soul and was surprised to find that his soul, which had already been transformed by more than half, continued to transform. Every time there was an additional fragment of the soul path, he was slightly delighted. He guarded his mind and continued to activate the Buddha's relic. Time passed little by little. The process was very long. After a whole year, the divine pearl of the Tao corpse had been suppressed to less than 20%. On the head of the Buddha of myriad lamps, the Flood Dragon Emperor and the others waited patiently. Qin Xianer muttered to herself, "What is that guy doing in there? He hasn't come up for a year?" All of a sudden, the head of the Buddha of myriad lamps emitted a faint Buddha's light. Being in this place, they found that their training was like being aided by God. Many things that they couldn't understand in the past seemed clear and simple under the Buddha's light. The three of them were overjoyed. Is this the enlightenment of the Buddha? Xianming Pathmaster asked in surprise. He had long heard that the Buddha's light emitted by the Buddhas of the Western Pure Land could enhance the enlightenment of living beings. Now that he had seen it for himself, it was indeed true. Qin Xianer also felt that this trip was worthwhile. But after thinking about it, she said, "The Buddha's light we endured can only be considered a little bit leaked out, right? Doesn't that guy have to endure 100 times more Buddha's light than us down there?" Hearing this, the Flood Dragon Emperor looked envious. "This is the Buddha's light of the Buddha of myriad lamps. That guy is really lucky." Inside the Buddha of myriad lamps, as time passed, Suyu's soul transformed more and more frequently. His soul grew stronger day by day. At the same time, under the illumination of the Buddha's light, his soul was unprecedentedly ethereal, as if everything was under his control and he could see through all the obstacles in the world. His heart moved, and he tried to use this opportunity to comprehend the complicated swordsmanship. However, although he could see through the swordsmanship, he was still missing something. Sword heart. Suyu understood. After thinking about it, he took out 3 drops of Sword Heart's blood. He pressed them between his eyebrows. Suddenly, through the Buddha's light, he vaguely saw something. He couldn't help but stand up, holding the royal scepter dragon sword in his hand, and drew a seemingly ordinary sword style forward. That sword made Suyu feel indescribably powerful, as if there was nothing in the world that couldn't be cut open. At this moment, it wasn't when he waved the sword, but when he followed the trajectory of the sword and arrived at that mysterious and unknown realm. However, just as he was immersed in it and was about to comprehend something, suddenly his comprehension was interrupted without warning. Looking at his body again, the 3 drops of Sword Heart's blood had disappeared without a trace. The Sword Heart's blood is too little. Suyu thought to himself. Recalling the wonderful sword just now, Suyu's heart was full of regret. He had only comprehended a little of that sword, and he hadn't even released the power of that style. It seemed that if there was a chance, he must get his hands on Sword Heart. Even if it didn't work out, he should at least get some more Sword Heart's blood. Keeping his composure, Suyu continued to manipulate the Buddha's Sarira and exclaimed the divine corpse pearl. A year passed. 2 years passed. Finally, 5 years passed. The divine corpse pearl was completely purified, and all that was left was the Buddha's Sarira. That's right, it was the Buddha's Sarira. Surprise appeared in Suyu's eyes. Faceless Buddha, can you explain it to me? At first, he thought that some evil creature had put the divine corpse pearl into the Buddha's body. But now, it seemed that the Buddha's Sarira belonged to the Buddha himself. The faceless Buddha heaved a long sigh. The Buddha said nirvana. If he succeeds, he will still be a Buddha. If he fails, he will become a demon. Nirvana! Su Yu's heart shook. Could it be? Just as you guessed, all the corpse clans in the world are Buddhas who failed to achieve nirvana. They don't have memories, only their present lives. Su Yu was shocked. The corpse clans were all Buddhas before? If this news was released, it would be earth-shattering, wouldn't it? Then the Buddha is... Su Yu said in surprise. The faceless Buddha said, when he passed away, he chose to achieve nirvana rebirth. However, he was disturbed by the heavenly law, which caused the heavenly law's poison to descend upon him, which caused his nirvana to fail. Fortunately, his dharma was profound. Although he failed, he didn't become a demon. Instead, he fell into a dormant state. Now, you use my Buddha's Sarira to restore the Buddha's Sarira to the Buddha. He managed to survive, but it's only temporary. He is still on the verge of passing away, and his power is very weak. He can probably only light the lamp for one person. Su Yu's heart tightened. Of course, that person could only be him. However, Su Yu had another question. He asked, there are more than trillions of corpses. Are there really so many Buddhas who chose to achieve nirvana in this world? The faceless Buddha smiled. Of course, there are no Buddhas in the Western Pure Land. However, there are many Buddhas in the Nirvana organization. Su Yu was a bit stunned. Aren't all the Nirvana followers who devour their faith? Where did the Buddhas come from? Recently, I have been so busy. My updates are always delayed until late at night. I don't have the energy to write them. From tomorrow onwards, I will update them at the usual time. Chapter 2150. He voiced his doubts. The faceless Buddha heard him and asked, "What is a Buddha?" His question stumped Su Yu. In his eyes, the so-called Buddha was a living being that cultivated the Buddhist Tao. As for what Buddhism was, he did not have a deep understanding of it. The so-called Buddha is an existence that absorbs the faith of all living beings and the incense of the world to become powerful. Su Yu suddenly understood. The more famous a great Buddha was, the more incense offerings and offerings they would receive. In the end, this was a form of faith, just like Su Yu, who was worshipped by the living beings of the Jinlong continent, Juzhou, and the God Realm. It was just that Su Yu had never absorbed those beliefs and had never become a Buddha. Although the method of nirvana to absorb the faith of all living beings was different from Buddhism, it was still the same. It did make sense to say that they were Buddhas. If I'm not mistaken, the one who created nirvana must be a Buddhist expert. Moreover, he must be someone who lives in seclusion outside of the world, the faceless Buddha said slowly. Live in seclusion outside the great world? Who could that be? However, this was not important. What was important was why the Buddha of all lamps had yet to awaken. As he was pondering, a strong repulsive force suddenly sent Su Yu out of his body and back to the head of the Buddha of 10,000 lamps. The three of them were sitting cross-legged, comprehending something. Their bodies were covered in a thick layer of dust. When they sensed Su Yu's presence, the three of them opened their eyes at the same time. Their eyes were still filled with understanding. It seemed that they had gained a lot in the past few years. "Did you succeed?" asked the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Su Yu shook his head, paying respects to the Buddha of 10,000 lanterns. Suddenly, the future Buddha sensed something, and he clasped his hands together and bowed. Immediately, all the Buddhas in the Western Pure Land worshipped the Buddha of 10,000 lanterns. They, who were originally on top of the Buddha of 10,000 lamps, felt a moment of dizziness, and then they appeared on the ground. The Flood Dragon Emperor and the Xianming Tao Master, who were both Tao Masters, had no way of resisting. The two of them stared at the gigantic Buddha with fear in their eyes. His strength was unparalleled. Su Yu looked up and saw that the great Buddha, which was as tall as the heavens, was slowly opening its huge eyes, a pair of eyes filled with images of flowers, plants, insects, fish, birds, and beasts quietly overlooked the earth. The Buddha of 10,000 lamps had awakened, although he was about to pass away. Who is the one who saved me? The Buddha of 10,000 lamps let out a sonorous voice and asked. Before Suyu and the others could speak, the future Buddha stepped forward, put his palms together, and said, "Reporting to the Buddha of all lamps, it's them!" He was pointing at a group of people, but he wasn't pointing at Suyu's group, but in another direction. The Tao Master of Myriad Arts, Shun Yuanxin, and Jianya hurried over and stood in front of the Buddha of 10,000 lamps. They bowed and said, "Greetings, Buddha of 10,000 lamps. Were you the ones who saved me?" The Buddha of Myriad Lamps asked calmly. The Tao Master of Myriad Laws bowed. "Indeed, but this is what we should do." Hearing this, the Jiao Dragon King felt that he had been caught off guard. He had witnessed with his own eyes how Suyu had rushed about for the Tao Stone and how much time he had spent saving the Buddha of 10,000 lamps. In the end, the future Buddha actually opened his mouth and lied, pushing the credit to the Tao Master of 10,000 Arts and the others who didn't do anything. "Wait," the Jiao Dragon King said, "we are the ones who saved you, not them." The Buddha of 10,000 lamps looked over slowly and said, "Future Buddha, do you have anything to say?" The future Buddha said calmly, "Buddhas don't lie. Those who lie can only be mortals." His face was calm and peaceful, and there wasn't the slightest bit of guilt on it. The Buddha of 10,000 lamps nodded slightly. "No matter who you are, where you come from, where you are going, or why you are pretending to be my savior, as the fated people who will witness my death, you can all just watch from the sidelines." When he finished speaking, a ray of Buddha's light shrouded the four of them, trapping them within it and rendering them unable to move. What? Even Qin Xianer was angry on behalf of Suyu. He had gone too far. It was one thing for the future Buddha to lie through his teeth, but how could the Buddha of 10,000 lamps be so muddle-headed? Without any serious questioning, he had concluded everything based on a single sentence. "Buddhas don't lie." What bullsh asterisk T Buddha. This has really broadened my horizons. The Xianming Path Master snorted coldly and slammed his palm on the Buddha's light. The domain of Azura naturally gathered in the center of his palm. However, the light shield of the Buddha's light merely trembled for a moment before it was completely blocked. The Flood Dragon Emperor also attacked furiously. The two Path Masters activated their domains simultaneously, but they couldn't do anything to the light shield. They were like trapped flies, unable to do anything. This is infuriating. The Flood Dragon Emperor felt that this was unreasonable. Not only did they not receive anything in return for saving people, but they were also imprisoned. The future Buddha glanced at them nonchalantly before withdrawing his gaze expressionlessly. The Path Master of 10,000 Laws and the others also looked over and shot him a faint, mocking smile. He had once said that they would meet again sooner or later. Now that was indeed the case. Moreover, he had even taken away their credit. Jianya stared at Suyu with a contemptuous look and said sarcastically, "Thank you for helping me. Wait until I light up the oil lamp. Then I will repay you properly." The words repay were spoken in an unusually heavy tone. Xing Yuanxin wanted to help but couldn't. She looked at the future Buddha with disdain in her heart. What Buddha? After all, he was just a first-grade mortal clothed in a pure and holy appearance. The Path Master of 10,000 Laws had given the future Buddha many benefits, including the 10,000 Laws realm. That was why they were in such a situation today. What she was most worried about at the moment was that once Jian Mia lit up the oil lamp, his combat power would skyrocket by 10 times and he would be close to the Path Master. At that time, Suyu would be in great danger if he fought alone. Now, Suyu should not be worried about his credit being taken away, but whether he could leave this place alive. She was extremely anxious, but she was too weak to stop him. The Buddha of 10,000 lamps looked at the Path Master of 10,000 Laws and the others and said, "The Buddha will help those who are fated. Do you have any request for saving me? The Pathmaster of 10,000 Laws nodded slowly and pointed at Jianmia. This is a holy mortal body. Buddha of 10,000 lamps, please light up his oil lamp. Jianmia was a holy mortal body. The Flood Dragon Emperor and the Xianming Path Master both became serious. How rare was a holy mortal body! Whenever one appeared, it was usually taken away by the palace of heaven. How could one be in the outside world? The Buddha of 10,000 lamps nodded slowly. I can see it. He has an oil lamp in his body. As soon as he finished speaking, an ancient oil lamp appeared involuntarily on Jianmia's chest. It looked almost the same as Suyu's, except that it was slightly smaller. Death is like the extinguishing of a lamp. When the lamp is extinguished, the person is gone. The Buddha of 10,000 lamps said, "Are you sure you want to light the oil lamp?" Once it was lit, the oil lamp was his life. If it was accidentally destroyed, it would be the end of his life. Jianmia was already mentally prepared. He said, "I'm sure." He was confident that after he lit the oil lamp, there should be very few things that could threaten his life. So what if he lit it? "If you insist, then I will light the oil lamp for you." The Buddha of 10,000 lamps said slowly. An oil lamp slowly appeared on the top of his head. The flame of the oil lamp was weak, as if it would be extinguished by a gust of wind. That was the last remaining light of the Buddha of 10,000 lamps. It was only enough to light someone else's oil lamp once. The last wisp of flame left the oil lamp of the Buddha of 10,000 lamps and flew slowly towards Jianmia. Jianmia closed his eyes and welcomed the arrival of this moment. Finally, the wisp of flame lit up his oil lamp, and the extinguished oil lamp was abruptly ignited. Seeing this, the Pathmaster of 10,000 Laws was excited. After so many years of hard work, he had finally succeeded. Once the oil lamp was lit, he could completely awaken his mortal body. By then, in the entire galaxy of the six-star civilization, there would be few enemies who could compete with him. Jianmia's heart was filled with extreme joy. The awakening of the mortal body was just around the corner. However, at this moment, the flame of his oil lamp was getting bigger and bigger, and there was no sign of it stabilizing. The flame burned through the wick, and the entire oil lamp was ignited. At the same time, the flame burned Jianmia himself. Ah! Jianmia screamed in panic. His whole body shook, and he tried in vain to isolate the flame with his martial energy. But it was of no use. The flame quickly spread throughout his body, burning him alive. The Pathmaster of 10,000 Laws' face stiffened, and he immediately used his domain to help Jianmia extinguish the fire. However, as soon as the domain touched the flame, it was also ignited. He was so frightened that he immediately retracted his domain and looked at the Buddha of 10,000 lamps in shock. "What's going on?" The Buddha of 10,000 lamps said calmly, "You have to ask where his oil lamp came from. A true mortal body lamp wouldn't be like this." The Pathmaster of 10,000 Laws' face changed again, and he could only answer truthfully, "He is an artificial mortal body. Only by transplanting a Dharma mirror into his body can he become a mortal body." "I see." The Buddha of 10,000 lamps nodded slowly. A true oil lamp should be something that a mortal body comprehended on its own, and condensed from 10,000 daos to become a god. It is filled with the will of the world, and that is why it can withstand my Buddha fire. An artificial mortal body is ultimately an artificial body. It lacks the will of the world, and naturally cannot withstand the Buddha's light. It is only natural for it to be annihilated. As he spoke, the raging flames on Jianmia's body suddenly retracted, turning into a small, weak flame, and returned to the Buddha of 10,000 lamps' head. The oil lamp on Jianmia's chest had already been burned to ashes, and he himself was unconscious, and his heartbeat was extremely weak. The Pathmaster of 10,000 Laws stepped forward to examine him, and his expression changed drastically. His sword heart The sword heart was close to death, and only an extremely weak heartbeat remained. The sword heart's blood has been burned, and the sword heart is almost destroyed. If you still want to keep him alive, you should get him a new heart. The path master of 10,000 Laws' eyes were full of regret. The sword heart, that was the one and only sword heart. Only the descendants of the path master of the sword could have a sword heart, and with a sword heart they would become the new path master of the sword Tao. With such a loss, where would he find another one? Not only did he not succeed in lighting up the oil lamp, but he also cut off the possibility of Jianmia becoming a path master. All living beings could only become half-step path masters. I regret it. He had spent so much effort, but in the end he went for wool and came home shorn. Chapter 2151. Filled with heartache, the master of the myriad laws' path dug out the withered sword Nia's sword heart and made a new one. Xing Yuanxin heaved a sigh of relief. This was even better. In the past, the sword Nia used his sword heart and the sacred mortal body to bully him. From now on, he would be an ordinary person. What else could he do? Moreover, the higher-ups of the Nirvana path would no longer pay attention to him. Is there anything else? The Buddha of 10,000 lamps asked. The master of the myriad laws' path's face was full of bitterness. He grabbed the sword Nya regretfully and cupped his hands at the Buddha of 10,000 lamps. Farewell. Xing Yuanxin followed closely. Before she left, she glanced at Su Yu and drew a heart-shaped pattern on her chest. She meant to remind him not to forget the agreement between them. Su Yu nodded and watched Shen Yuanxin leave. After they left, the Buddha of 10,000 lamps looked at the Buddhas in the sky and said, Heaven and earth have their end, and people have no eternal life. It's time for me to leave. All of a sudden, the Buddhas mourned. The future Buddha bowed his head deeply and sent the Buddha of 10,000 lamps off. Future Buddha, how far into the future can you see? The Buddha of 10,000 lamps suddenly asked before he passed away. The future Buddha was delighted. The Buddha of 10,000 lamps was about to hand over the Western Pure Land to him. Apart from the stone-birth Son of Heaven and the sacred mortal body, I can see the future of everything, everyone, and everything in the world. The Buddha of 10,000 lamps said again, You missed one person. Please speak. Buddha of 10,000 lamps. Yourself. The future Buddha put his palms together and said, I really can't see my own future. The future Buddha could see the future of all things in the world except for his own. If that's the case, where did you get the courage to go against the source of chaos? The Buddha of 10,000 lamps said, You should know that no one who goes against the source of chaos has ever had a good ending. The future Buddha's heart skipped a beat, but his face was calm. I don't understand. The Buddha of 10,000 lamps' eyes were like the sun that illuminated the world, seeing everything. You understand. The Buddha of 10,000 lamps continued, It's just that you can look down on the future of others as you wish. It makes you think that you are above others and neglect yourself. The future Buddha was silent, but he didn't take it seriously. So what if they offended the source of chaos? This was the West-forgotten holy disciple, the world of all Buddhas. If Su Yu stayed here, he would be suppressed by the Buddhas. Sigh, you will soon see your future. That was all the Buddha said. Finally, he looked at Su Yu and said, I am indebted to you for saving me and allowing me to come back to life from the brink of failure. I will use this last spark of flame to help you light up the oil lamp. Both Xianming's sect master and Qin Xianer were shocked by his words. So you also has an oil lamp? Could it be that he had a holy mortal body? Thank you, Buddha of 10,000 lamps. Su Yu remained calm from the beginning to the end. Even if he had been wrongly accused, even if the last wisp of flame had been extinguished by the sword, there was no fluctuation in his eyes, because he knew very well that the future Buddha might be able to distort right and wrong. However, the Buddha of 10,000 lanterns should not be so foolish. Now, it seemed that everything was going according to the Buddha of 10,000 Lamps plan. Sword Annihilation's so-called sacred mortal body was merely an artificial sacred mortal body created by the myriad Dharma realm. How could it withstand the burning of an oil lamp? As the Buddha's light dissipated, Suyu walked up to the Buddha of 10,000 lamps. The future Buddha frowned and looked deeply at Suyu. Then he saw an ancient oil lamp slowly appear on Suyu's chest. An ancient aura that was filled with the way of all people rushed towards him, making him feel as if he was there. This is the oil lamp of a sacred mortal body, the Flood Dragon Emperor murmured. Although it was the first time he had seen it, compared to the oil lamp that Sword Annihilation had just burned, it was an existence of two different levels. The oil lamp that Sword Annihilation had burned was indeed a lamp, but it was only a lamp. It lacked the will of all people that could shake one's heart. The flame of the Buddha of 10,000 lamps left his oil lamp and flew toward Suyu's. Suyu's oil lamp was lit, but the flame was quite weak. When the flame of the Buddha of 10,000 lamps approached, the originally weak flame suddenly burned with unprecedented intensity, resisting the descent of the Buddha of 10,000 lamps flame. Suyu's eyes turned cold. Just as the indestructible ancestral demon had said, the appearance of his oil lamp being lit was a cover-up by the heavenly law. At this moment, the heavenly law deliberately interfered in order to prevent Suyu's oil lamp from truly being lit. However, the flame of the Buddha of 10,000 lamps was said to be the first flame born between heaven and earth. It was the ancestor of all flames. Its power was unimaginably powerful. Soon, the flame forcibly descended, burning the heavenly law pseudo-flame until it trembled and shrank until it was the size of a strand of hair. Poof! When the flame of the Buddha of 10,000 lamps fell completely, the hair-sized flame was completely annihilated, leaving nothing behind. In the darkness, some kind of angry voice could be heard. The flame of the Buddha of 10,000 lamps ignited the ancient oil lamp without any hindrance. The flame of the lamp grew rapidly and burned steadily. The color changed from the initial dim yellow to a 9-colored color. The most dramatic change was that the moment the oil lamp was lit, the surface of Suyu's body changed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. His bones, blood vessels, muscles, and skin seemed to have been reborn, and obvious changes had taken place. His jade-like bones turned golden and indestructible. The blood that was rolling in his veins had an additional 9-colored magical blood, and the muscles of his body continued to strengthen. The skin on his body turned into a flowing 9-colored color, as if he was a creature condensed from 9-colored liquid. His pair of eyes turned a rich golden color. Her long silver hair had also turned golden. An ancient, wild, and magnificent aura swept in all directions with him as the center. The entire Western Pure Land roared violently, and all the Buddhas were alarmed. The chanting of Sanskrit could not suppress the roar of the Holy Land. It was as if the ancient, powerful beings who had been sleeping between heaven and earth had awakened and broken out of the ground. All the forces of heaven and earth could no longer suppress it. The aura rushed out of the Western Pure Land and swept through all the nothingness. From the remote civilizations, to the supreme 9-star civilizations, to the mysterious heavenly court, everyone felt an awakening aura sweeping through every corner of the great beginning realm. Even the holy mountain in the endless land seemed to be affected by some kind of impact and shook violently. The 8 majestic stone men on it were all shaking at the same time. Another mortal holy body has awakened. Isn't it all because of Xiaoyao, son of heaven? Wouldn't it have been better to let time erase it? He had to interfere and destroy his will. In the end, not only did he fail to destroy it, but he also accelerated the awakening. Now it's a complete awakening. A stone man with a gentle expression snorted. I said, I'll handle it. It's just a mortal holy body. So what if it's awakened? He deserves to die. My second clone is nearby. I just need to rush over and kill him. At the same time, in the void, a white flying dragon flew toward the western Pure Land. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave came toward them. The creator dragon's expression turned serious. He quickly sat down and said in shock, "An awakened mortal holy body!" Even the light on the surface of the sinful girl's body trembled. She said seriously, "Finally, a mortal holy body has awakened with the arrival of the apocalypse. But it has nothing to do with us. Even if the world is destroyed, it can't hurt me." The sinful girl's calm voice was filled with boundless dominance. "Continue." She had to obtain the inheritance of ancient God Jiulong and the heavenly book Tao Master. In the western Pure Land, the Xianming Tao Master, the Flood Dragon Emperor, and Qin Xianer looked at the reborn creature in front of them in shock. 9-colored flowing skin, golden eyes, golden hair, and an inexplicable sense of danger made their hearts tremble. Was this the legendary holy body form of the mortal holy body? It was said that the combat power of the mortal holy body could not be measured by cultivation. It was determined by the maturity of the holy body. For example, the mortal holy body that Suyu had just awakened could only be regarded as a holy body in its growth stage. When it reached the highest level, the complete holy body would have the ability to shake the holy mountain and kill the emperor. Suyu's current strength was completely unknown. Suyu himself felt a powerful force that he had never felt before. At this moment, he even had a feeling that if he wanted to, he could destroy the Western Pure Land. However, he knew very well that the holy body state consumed a lot of energy. After a battle, it would take years of recuperation to recover. With a thought, the lit oil lamp disappeared into Suyu's chest. The holy body state dissipated, and he returned to his normal state. "Thank you, Buddha of all lamps." Suyu bowed. At this moment, the Buddha of all lamps was dim. There was a saying in Buddhism that there were 5 blights of the Deva. At this moment, he was at the first blight, and his whole body was dim. The Buddha of all lamps was about to pass away. He said calmly, "Awakening the mortal holy body is my mission. There is no need to thank me." As he spoke, he bestowed a beam of Buddha's light which enveloped Suyu. "Comprehend it as soon as possible. There is a dragon and a person from the east who came for you. It was the sinful lady and the epic-making dragon. You are still no match for them. Comprehend it as soon as possible." After saying that, the Buddha of all lamps slowly closed his eyes. The huge golden body of the Buddha quickly dimmed as if he had passed away. All the Buddhas in the sky mourned and chanted Buddhist scriptures. Suyu bowed deeply. "Buddha of all lamps, rest in peace." After saying that, he sat cross-legged and looked into his mind. There, 1,000 drops of blood were suspended. Those were the blood of the sword heart. The Buddha of all lamps deliberately extinguished the light of the sword heart so that he could take the opportunity to obtain all the blood of the sword heart and give it to Suyu to comprehend the supreme sword technique. Suyu was moved. He was extremely grateful to the Buddha of all lamps. He had high hopes for Suyu. That was why he spared no effort to help Suyu. Suyu calmed down and used the 1,000 drops of the sword heart's blood to comprehend the supreme sword technique of the Great Path in its simplest form. Time passed little by little. The epic-making dragon left a trail of remnant lines in the void, wrapped in boundless momentum, constantly pressing forward. Suyu was also racing against time to comprehend the supreme sword technique. Chapter 2152. Suyu himself felt an inexplicable pressure. The thread of fate on his chest pulsated wildly, showing the injustice of fate. "Sinful woman," Suyu murmured. Since the beginning of the god's domain, he had been entangled with a great enemy. Both her own divine 9-dragon cauldron and her master Yunyazi were things she had to obtain. The fight between the two was unavoidable. There was no doubt that the sinful woman was powerful. Few people in the world could compete with her. According to the Flood Dragon Emperor, the sinful woman at her peak was known to be the strongest person under the emperor. Ordinary path masters should be like ants in her hands, annihilated in a puff of smoke. How confident was he in contending against such an unparalleled powerhouse? Very uncertain. Only by mastering the supreme sword of the sword demon could he hope to hurt her. Time passed slowly, and Su Yu's heart grew heavy. At the same time, the 1,000 drops of Sword Heart's blood were being consumed at a slow speed, improving his understanding of swordsmanship. Boom! A year later, outside the Western Pure Land, the void was flowing back like water. Something extremely powerful was slowly approaching, causing the void to fluctuate greatly. The sinful woman was approaching. In less than a year, she would arrive at the Western Pure Land. He had only comprehended half of the swordsmanship, and it would take at least 3 years to fully comprehend it. It was too late. Looking at Qin Xianer beside him, Su Yu's eyes were gentle. After pondering for a while, he took out the Azura Imperial Seal and sent out the light shield of Buddha's light. The deal is done. Let's go. In a fight to the death, he did not want to involve Qin Xianer. The Xianming Pathmaster was overjoyed and took the Azura Imperial Seal. This item came too easily. It was said to protect Su Yu, but so far it had only been used in one insignificant battle. He could feel that the Xianming Pathmaster was doing this for Qin Xianer. Looking at Qin Xianer and then at Su Yu, the Xianming Pathmaster said, "Xianer, this saint is interested in you. What do you think of him?" Qin Xianer glared at him and said, "What are you thinking about?" He actually wanted her again. From the look in his eyes, he couldn't wait to give her to this saint physique. From then on, the saint physique would be tied to the Azura world, right? However, the way Qin Xianer looked at Su Yu had changed, and it was no longer as cold and distant as before. "Are you sure you don't need our help?" Qin Xianer asked. He felt that Su Yu had given him the Azura Imperial Seal too suddenly. Su Yu shook his head. "I alone am enough." As Su Yu looked at Qin Xianer, he took out a book with a black cover and handed it to her. "I will give you another gift. If you ever meet the owner of this book again, please thank him for me." Qin Xianer looked at the starry sky, heavenly book. Her eyes filled with unfamiliarity. She had also forgotten this book. "Do I know the owner of this book?" Qin Xianer asked. Su Yu shook his head. "You might not know her, but she definitely knows you." All of Qin Xianer's memories that were related to Su Yu were erased, including Xia Jingyu. Therefore, at this moment, she should not remember Xia Jingyu. "If you are fated to meet each other," Su Yu said calmly, "they should not have the chance to meet each other in the great beginning realm. Right? Probably not." "Oh." Qin Xianer nodded and said, "All right, I promise you, for the sake of the Azura Imperial Seal you gave me." As she spoke, she walked away with the Xianming Pathmaster. After taking 3 steps, she hesitated and turned back to smile at him. "You are actually not that annoying. I hope we will meet again." Su Yu replied with a smile, engraving his smiling eyes into his memory. Perhaps this would be the last smile he would ever see. Goodbye. Qin Xianer and the Xianming Pathmaster left the holy land of Western Paradise. After leaving, she caressed the starry sky heavenly book and murmured, "This book seems familiar." Although she had no memory of it, she seemed to have seen it somewhere before. She opened the book subconsciously, and a series of images appeared, recording the details of an ordinary cavern world. "It is very ordinary. Why did he give it to me?" Qin Xianer asked in confusion. She did not know that the moment the starry sky heavenly book was opened, in a faraway civilization. There, 9 suns revolved in a unique orbit around the civilization. Beautiful women walked among them with extremely peaceful expressions on their faces. In the center of the civilization, in an extremely luxurious palace, a woman so beautiful that she did not belong to this world sat cross-legged. Her beauty was even more dazzling than the 9 suns, making everything in the world dim in comparison. Sitting on both sides of the palace, strong men of the Pathmaster level were sitting cross-legged. They were like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding her at the very top. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, and her face was filled with joy. The starry sky, heavenly book, has been opened. He is still alive. She was the owner of the starry sky, heavenly book, Xia Jingyu. After returning to the goddess clan, her unique identity was immediately known as Empress Yunyan. In the goddess clan, the position of the empress was second only to the goddess clan master, the mighty empress. One could imagine how much importance she was held in. Xia Jingyu's original intention of returning to the goddess clan was to find Suyu, to see if he was still alive. However, she could not find any trace of Suyu with the help of the goddess clan's Tao artifacts. It was as if he had disappeared from the world. For such a situation to occur, there were only two possibilities. Either he had really died in the pursuit of the sinful Lady Palace, or there was an invisible power around him that concealed his existence. She hoped that it was the latter, and she believed that it was the latter. Therefore, she had never given up searching for him all these years. Just now, she suddenly sensed that the starry sky, heavenly book had been opened. That book was compiled with her heart's blood. Once it was opened, she would definitely sense it. The fact that the starry sky, heavenly book was still here meant that Suyu was probably still alive. She closed her eyes again, and her body released many wonderful lines, weaving them into a wheel. As the wheel spun rapidly, dots of red light appeared. Brother Suyu is really there. Xia Jingyu's beautiful face was filled with joy, and she covered her mouth with her hand as she cried tears of joy. However, before he could rejoice, the lines began to snap one after another. Xia Jingyu's face froze instantly. The lines of fate are all broken. Those hundreds of lines represented Suyu's fate. Even if there was one line that was not broken, he could find a way to escape by following the line of fate. However, if all of them were broken, it meant that there was no way he could survive. The two Pathmasters were slightly surprised when they saw this. The fate of absolute death? Could it be that the heavenly law has intervened? Even if a person was on his last breath, there would still be one or two lines of fate left. To have all of them broken, this is really unprecedented. Xia Jingyu's eyes were filled with indignation. She had waited and searched for so many years, but in the end, Suyu would definitely die. After thinking for a while, she bit her finger. The blood that flowed out turned into a red line, and it circled around the light spot that was about to dim. Empress, please stop. Your divine blood is limited. If you use the method to prolong his life for an insignificant person, you will lose that chance forever. Xia Jingyu's eyes were calm and resolute. To me, in Tai Chu, nothing is more important than him, including myself. As she spoke, the light spot that was circled by the red line gradually brightened. At the same time, Xia Jingyu closed her eyes, and the starry sky and the civilization of nothingness appeared in her mind. Many scenes were reversed in her eyes, and scenes of the future that were about to happen flashed across her mind. She was looking for the direction that the fate of the bloodline had pointed out. Suddenly, the scene in her mind froze. A woman in red stood on the peak of a mountain, overlooking the vast world of nothingness. The woman in red in the future seemed to have sensed something. She looked back and met Xia Jingyu's eyes. There was a touch of surprise on her face. When Xia Jingyu saw that it was her, a touch of understanding and bitterness flashed across her face. She opened her eyes slowly, and the scene in her mind disappeared. Her face was a little pale because she had lost too much blood. It seemed like a short moment, but in fact a long time had passed. However, her face was overflowing with joy. Finally, I found a way out. She closed her eyes again, and with a finger on the red spot, she murmured, Brother Suyu, I am very happy that you are still alive. I know you are in trouble, so I found a way out for you. I will wait for you on a peak of a mountain in the heavenly saint's civilization. After saying that, she leaned against the bed, as if all the strength in her body had been sucked out. She lost the strength to move. Empress, you have burned the divine flame that you have cultivated for decades. When the Empress finds out, she will definitely punish you severely." Xia Jingyu closed her eyes tiredly and said, "It's better than watching him die." As she said that, she fell into a deep coma. Whether it was finding a way out from the future or sending messages across the void, it had a great impact on her. However, she did not say a word, and it was all over. Who was that man? Was he worthy of such treatment from their Empress? In the holy land of Western Paradise, a month passed. The waves of the void were getting stronger and stronger. They formed waves of the void, beating against the holy land. 2 months passed. The waves had turned into waves, beating against the holy land, making a crashing sound. 3 months passed. The waves had turned into huge waves. The 10th month passed. It was no longer waves outside, but a tsunami of the void. Along the way, countless civilizations had been buried in the tsunami of the void. Even the Holy Land, which was filled with the light of Buddha, was constantly shaking in the tsunami. The light of Buddha flickered as if it was about to be destroyed. The Buddhas had to chant scriptures in unison, blocking the tsunami of the void with their great Buddhist power. Suyu, on the other hand, entered a deep meditation to comprehend the sword technique. So far, he had successfully comprehended 70% of it. He still needed at least half a year. However, he might not have the time. Listening to the tsunami of the outside world, Suyu's heart tightened, and his eyes showed extreme reluctance. Time, what he lacked the most now was time. Just another half a year would be enough. "Benefactor, the sinful woman is coming. Maybe you should leave the Holy Land," the future Buddha said calmly, putting his palms together. Even without his reminder, Suyu would leave the Holy Land before the sinful woman arrived. He would never involve the innocent Buddhas. He got up, but the light of Buddha on his body did not dissipate. Chapter 2153. Just as he and the Jiao Dragon Sovereign were about to step out of the Holy Land, a faint sigh came from the body of the Buddha of all lamps. It was the voice of the faceless Buddha. "Let me send you off." In an instant, the Buddha's body shone brightly. A giant gate formed by Buddhist light appeared in front of him. "Holy body, go. This is all I can do for you," the faceless Buddha said. Suyu bowed deeply. "Thank you very much." He and the flood dragon divine warrior stepped inside. All of a sudden, Suyu felt like he was traveling through time and space. When he reappeared, he was already several galaxies away from the Western Holy Land. This should be the territory of the Qingyang mysterious Tao Palace. The Flood Dragon King said indifferently. The faceless Buddha used his remaining soul and the body of the Buddha of all lamps to create the conditions for you. You also understood that it was actually to divert the danger for him. He could have done this a year ago. Why did he only do this when the sinful woman came? He wanted to lure the sinful woman over to buy more time for Suyu. The Western Pure Land would most likely be in trouble. Suyu clenched his fists. His heart was filled with determination as he said, "I will definitely kill this evil woman with my sword." They had been hunting Suyu since the ancient god realm. So much so that the Western Holy Lands even had to sacrifice themselves. This debt must be paid with blood. Where should I go? The Flood Dragon Emperor looked into the vast void. For someone like Sinful Woman, a distance of several galaxies could be covered in a few months. Although the world was vast, where could one escape to? When Suyu was about to speak, his mind suddenly shook, and an unbelievable voice reverberated in the depths of his mind. "Brother Suyu, I'm very happy that you're still alive. I know you're in trouble, so I've found a way out for you. I'll be waiting for you on a mountain peak in the Heavenly Saint civilization. Xia Jingyu." It was Xia Jingyu's voice. Had she returned to the goddess clan? "What's the situation now? Are you feeling at ease?" All of a sudden, thousands of questions appeared in Suyu's mind, but the only one that he did not care about was the way out that she had pointed out. The familiar voice lingered in his mind, and he couldn't help but think of Xiaojingyu. His anxious heart suddenly became tranquil. Even death was worth it. At least, before she died, Qin Xianer said that she didn't hate him. At least, Xiaojingyu was still alive and waiting for him in the Heavenly Saint civilization. A relaxed expression appeared on his face as he asked, "Which direction is the Heavenly Saint civilization?" The Flood Dragon Emperor looked around and pointed in a certain direction. "Heading to the Heavenly Saint civilization." "No, it's the opposite direction." Knowing that Xiaojingyu was there, knowing that he would definitely die, how could he go there? Implicate him as well. All right. The Flood Dragon Emperor didn't quite understand why Su Yu was suddenly asking about the Heavenly Saint civilization. But since he requested to go there, he would naturally do as he was told. Unleashing his domain, the Jiao Dragon King transformed into a golden dragon and tore through the void. 2 months later, Western Pure Land, a boundless tsunami of nothingness, swept across the entire Holy Land. Large tracts of holy earth were corroded by the void, continuously being destroyed. The dense Buddhist light swiftly dimmed as if it was about to collapse. All the Buddhas in the sky were chanting in unison, turning into lines of Sanskrit to resist the impact of the tsunami. Within the Holy Land, the future Buddha stood on the head of the Buddha of 10,000 lamps, looking down at all the Buddhas in the sky, feeling pleased. Once the Buddha of 10,000 lamps left, he would be the Buddha of all Buddhas in the Western Pure Land. However, the top priority now was to deal with the sinful lady. When the sinful lady was angry, the Holy Land collapsed. All the Buddhas in the entire Holy Land were no match for the sinful lady. However, the future Buddha wasn't worried. He had seen the future. He would be fine, and the entire Holy Land would be fine. Only Su Yu would be in trouble. Rumble. All of a sudden, the entire Western Pure Land shook. All the Buddhas fell from the sky, and the Buddhist light in the sky was annihilated. The bright and holy land was immediately plunged into boundless darkness. The future Buddha left the Holy Land unhurriedly and looked into the distance. He saw that the boundless tsunami was still rushing over, knocking all the Buddhas on the holy mountain back into the Buddha cave, unable to go out. Even the chanting of scriptures had been cut off. Amidst the boundless tsunami, a snow-white dragon whizzed forth. Its powerful aura caused the void to tremble. Above the long dragon stood a female figure radiating with light. It was the sinful lady. Amit Ba, the Buddhas of the Holy Land, greet the sinful lady. With an overwhelming aura, the sinful lady finally arrived at the Western Pure Land. Her eyes were calm, and she spoke clearly. "Where is Su Yu?" "Benefactor, Su Yu has left," the future Buddha said. The sinful lady glanced at the Holy Land. Suddenly, the entire Holy Land cracked, and a huge crack appeared. Her gaze was like a solid substance, sweeping through it. Nothing could escape her eyes. "He is indeed not here," the sinful lady said lightly. When she finished speaking, she left on the epic-making dragon. The future Buddha put his palms together. Amitabha. Everything was as he had seen in the future. The Holy Land would be fine. Only Su Yu would be in trouble. However, just as he was about to turn around, a domain suddenly enveloped the entire Holy Land. Everyone, including the future Buddha, was shrouded in it. "Hand over Su Yu, or I will destroy your Holy Land." The sinful lady had mysteriously appeared in the sky above the holy mountain. Her unique domain of evil fate caused the Holy Land to shake. The future Buddha's heart skipped a beat. What was going on? This scene was not in the future he had seen. He said hurriedly, "As I said, Su Yu has left the Holy Land and is not here." Hearing this, the sinful lady shook her head lightly. "Based on my perception, he has been in your Holy Land for a long time. He left before I came. You must have hidden him. Hand him over. Now, immediately." The future Buddha had a very bad feeling. His eyes gathered Buddha's light, trying desperately to see the future clearly. However, under the cover of the domain of evil fate, everything became blurred, and he could not see clearly at all. There was a trace of panic in his heart, and he no longer had the calmness of having everything under his control. Su Yu has indeed left. We Buddhists never lie, the man said. However, the sinful lady was indifferent. I will give you 10 breaths' time to hand over Su Yu. 10, 9, 8. The future Buddha's heart trembled, and his heart was filled with fear. No, we really did not hide Su Yu. At this moment, he understood the words of the Buddha of all lamps before he passed away. He could only see others, but he could not see his own future. He should be cautious in his actions. If he had not driven Su Yu away, would he still have to worry now? 3, 2, 1. As the sinful lady's last words fell, the future Buddha was filled with despair, and he fled without a care for his image. Chapter 2154. The sinful girl glanced at it and shot out a gray thread from her left eye, entangling it. With just a slight touch, the future Buddha didn't even have time to scream. His Buddhist light exploded and his body was destroyed. His remaining soul hugged a Taoist Buddhist relic and frantically fled, shouting, I didn't lie, I really didn't. However, his shouts were of no use. The thread sliced through his soul effortlessly, turning him into a cloud of dust along with the Taoist Lord's Buddhist relic. If he could choose again, he would probably remember the Buddha of 10,000 lamps' last words and be cautious in everything he did. But it was too late to say anything now. After destroying the future Buddha, the sinful girl expressionlessly stared at the sacred land and said, Regrettably, you chose destruction. Her voice was indifferent as a huge domain descended. Within the sacred land, the Buddhas stood up and chanted. Buddhist relic after relic rose into the sky and emitted unprecedented Buddhist light, forming a huge golden Buddha statue. That was the will of the Buddhas of the Western Pure Land, resisting the destruction from the external enemies. The Buddha statue protected the sacred land under its body and stretched out its huge palms to support the huge domain. Creak! The Buddha statue and the domain collided, creating shocking sparks. Wherever the flames splashed, the void would definitely be burned until it shook endlessly. Useless struggle, the sinful girl said and pressed down with her finger. The domain came crashing down, bending the arms of the Buddha statue. The Buddhas working together were no match for the sinful girl. Finally, the domain descended and obliterated the Buddha statues head inch by inch until it reached the sky above the sacred land. Creak! The Bodhi tree-shaped sacred land was obliterated. Tens of thousands of Buddhas perished, turning into golden dust. As the sacred land was about to collapse, a loud voice that shook the universe came from within. Amit Ba, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Almsgiver, please repent. The entire Bodhi tree shrank rapidly. The golden Buddha statue that was the size of a speck of dust kept enlarging until it finally revealed the huge form of the Buddha of 10,000 lamps. He had already passed away, but there was still a trace of the faceless Buddha's remnant soul in his body. Under his control, the Buddha of 10,000 lamps barely emitted a bright Buddhist light. With a single hand, it blocked the domain. All the Buddhas unleashed their powerful Buddha light, which entered the body of the Buddha of myriad lamps. This made the weak Buddhist light much stronger. The sinful lady's eyes were indifferent. A dead person and a dead soul. You are not worthy enough to make me put down my butcher knife. Benefactor, why are you so obsessed? Giving him a chance to live is giving yourself a chance to live. Faceless Buddha said. The sinful maiden shook her head indifferently. I don't need life force. That's because all those who encounter me will die. All of you who block my path will similarly not be able to escape death. As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his fist, and the dominion, which was already unfathomably powerful to begin with, instantly expanded 100-fold. Puchi, the arm of the Buddha of myriad lamps, was instantly destroyed. At the same time, his domain continued to press down on the body of the Buddha of myriad lanterns, slowly extinguishing it. In the entire Western Pure Land, there were 10 Tao lords, 10,000 half-step Tao lords, billions of monarchs, and countless overlords. However, even when they joined forces, they were still no match for the sinful girl's domain. In the end, the entire Buddha statue, the entire Western Pure Land, was crushed into dust. The holy land of Buddhism, the Western Pure Land, was reduced to ashes just like that. The sinful lady grabbed a whiff of air from the golden dust that filled the sky. She placed it on her forehead and sensed it. Then, she looked into the distance to the west. "You can't escape." As soon as she said that, Suyu, who was meditating on his swordsmanship, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. It was as if he was enduring some unimaginably great force and was about to be crushed. The Western Pure Land is destroyed. Suyu's face was as gloomy as water. His heart was filled with boundless anger. Sinful lady, the Flood Dragon Emperor, also felt uneasy. He said, "We can't keep running like this. We have to use the intergalactic transportation portal of the civilization." He glanced around and said, "The nearest one is the Xianqing civilization, which is a 6-star civilization. I have a clone there. He should be able to help us." 2 months later, the Xianqing civilization was right in front of them. However, a wave of nothingness was set off behind them. Needless to say, it was the sinful lady. She would catch up with them in no more than 10 days. Meanwhile, Suyu was still at the critical juncture of comprehending his swordsmanship. He descended upon the Xianqing civilization and arrived at the center of the civilization through the connection between their souls. A beautiful woman in a palace gown looked surprised. "Why did you come here at this time?" she asked uneasily as she looked at the rolling nothingness behind them. She was also the fraction soul of the fairy of the 9th heaven. She had occupied the body of the master of the 6-star civilization. Sect Master Xianqing, right? There's no time to explain. Hurry up and send us to the intergalactic transportation portal. Sect Master, Xianqing hesitated. Could it be that something is chasing you? The Flood Dragon Emperor did not hide anything. He said in a low voice, "It's the sinful lady." "What? She's chasing you?" Sect Master Xianqing shuddered and hurriedly pushed the Flood Dragon Emperor away. He said, "Leave this place immediately. Don't drag me into this." Who could survive being hunted by the sinful lady? Since he was going to die, why would he drag her into this? The Flood Dragon Emperor gritted his teeth and took out 1/10 of his soul strength. He said, "What if the sinful lady doesn't kill you?" Sect Master Xianqing looked at the soul, his eyes burning with passion. As the fraction soul of the fairy of the 9th heaven, their souls could be shared. The more souls they had, the more hope they had of surviving the calamity of the apocalypse. After struggling for a moment, Sect Master Xianqing grabbed the soul and stuffed it between his eyebrows. He said, "It's blocked." However, the intergalactic transportation portal still needs 9 days to be filled with energy again. Can you make it in time? The Flood Dragon Emperor's heart sank. He said, "We have no choice but to wait." Looking at Suyu, who was in seclusion, the Flood Dragon Emperor wanted to give up. After all, the sinful lady was hunting him. Who could guarantee his survival? However, he firmly believed in the words of the undying ancestor demon. His chance to survive the catastrophe was in Suyu's hands. After arriving at the Xianqing civilization, he waited anxiously while silently observing the tsunami of the nothingness. The tsunami grew stronger day by day. On the 5th day, the entire Xianqing civilization was shaking, bringing endless natural disasters. Countless mortals were buried in the disaster. On the 6th day, the Xianqing civilization began to show signs of collapse. A large amount of the nothingness poured into the civilization, sweeping it away. On the 7th day, the civilization was on the verge of collapse. In the erosion of the nothingness, There were signs of being unable to resist. On the 8th day, the Xianqing civilization was torn apart. Nearly half of the creatures were destroyed. On the 9th day, the entire Xianqing civilization was almost completely destroyed. Lives were lost everywhere. The Xianqing sect master's hair was dripping with blood. The civilization that he had painstakingly built up was destroyed in a day. She regretted her rash choice. Moreover, this was before the sinful lady came. What would the scene be like if the sinful lady really came? However, she had no other choice. She said, "The intergalactic civilization transportation portal is ready. Go now." The Flood Dragon Emperor said, "Let's go together." The Xianqing sect master shook his head and said, "Since we are gambling, let's gamble to the end. Go quickly, don't talk nonsense." "You take care." The Flood Dragon Emperor cupped his fists and stepped into the intergalactic civilization transportation portal. Soon, the long-distance space transportation sent them to another galaxy. As soon as they arrived, the Flood Dragon Emperor used the second intergalactic transportation portal without hesitation to go to a more distant civilization. This happened 3 times. In just 2 days, 10 intergalactic transportation portals were carried out. The Flood Dragon Emperor was exhausted, but he knew that this was far from enough. With the strength of the sinful lady, it wouldn't take long for her to catch up again. On this day, outside the Xianqing civilization, the tsunami swallowed up the entire civilization and buried everything. Only the Xianqing sect master was left. Looking at the Xianqing civilization that had been completely destroyed, he wanted to cry but had no tears. However, what caused his heart to tremble even more was that a white dragon had charged out from the tsunami. The sinful lady stood on the dragon's head and looked down at him calmly. "Those who stand in my way die." As soon as the word "die" fell, the Xianqing sect master was destroyed on the spot, along with the soul of the fairy of the 9th heaven. Staring at Suyu, who had fled further away, the sinful lady took a deep breath. This breath instantly sucked away the atmosphere of the entire galaxy. Countless civilizations were constantly drifting in the galaxy. Some civilizations were directly sucked away for half a galaxy. After taking a breath, the sinful lady opened her mouth and said, "Those who help Suyu die." "Those who help Suyu die." The voice rushed out of the galaxy and swept through the surrounding tens of thousands of galaxies. All of the 6-star civilizations heard the sinful lady's stern warning. Countless path masters woke up from their seclusion. Their expressions changed drastically as they ordered the civilization to be sealed. No one was allowed to enter, let alone leave. The Flood Dragon Emperor, who had just arrived at the Purple Cloud civilization, suddenly looked up into the sky. The entire Purple Cloud civilization was sealed. It was impossible to even enter the void, let alone use the intergalactic transportation portal. At the same time, a powerful aura of the Path Master arrived in front of the transportation portal along with many half-Path Masters. It was the Path Master of this civilization, the Purple Cloud Path Master. He looked at the Flood Dragon Emperor and then at Suyu with a solemn expression. He growled in a low voice, "Since you have come to my civilization, for my own sake, I can only send you to see the sinful lady." It was conceivable that once Suyu was allowed to leave, the sinful lady would definitely vent her anger on the Purple Cloud civilization. By then, the entire civilization would not be able to escape the fate of destruction. The Flood Dragon Emperor pointed at Suyu and said, "He has the holy mortal body. He is the one who can fight against the stone embryo son of heaven and the catastrophe of the end of the world. Please help him, for the sake of the common people." However, the Purple Cloud Path Master shook his head coldly and said, "So what if he has the holy mortal body? Can he fight against the sinful lady now? If I give him to the sinful lady now, I will at least have 100 years to live. If not, I will die right now. I will hold him back. You guys catch Suyu." The Flood Dragon Emperor's eyes were extremely solemn. The sinful lady's deterrence was too strong. Chapter 2155. Su Yu, be careful! The Flood Dragon Emperor was extremely anxious as he faced the Purple Cloud Path Master. Several half-path masters followed his orders and rushed forward. However, when they were only 30 feet away from Su Yu, a sword sound came from his body. An invisible strand of sword energy transformed into a ray of light that shot out of his pores and pierced through the bodies of several half-step Tao Lords in succession. Puff! 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 Their bodies were disintegrated into the most primitive particles. They didn't even have the chance to fight back. The Purple Cloud Path Master's eyelids twitched violently. What kind of sword energy was that? It didn't have the slightest hint of a realm, but it could kill half-path masters in an instant. As a path master, he could clearly sense that after the sword energy entered the body of the half-path masters, it divided into billions of sword energies and disintegrated the whole body. Such a strange and terrifying swordsmanship was truly unheard of. Even the Flood Dragon Emperor's eyelids twitched. What a terrifying sword technique! He was afraid that they would all be seriously injured if they were stabbed by the sword. He was delighted. Su Yu's sword technique was really profound. No wonder he wanted to use this sword technique to block the way. Purple Cloud Path Master, get out of here if you don't want to die. Don't stop us. The Flood Dragon Emperor said coldly. The Purple Cloud Path Master clenched his teeth and suddenly slapped his chest, causing his mouth to be full of blood. He yelled, "Get out of here! Don't come to my civilization again." He was a little afraid of Su Yu's sword technique. If he cooperated with the Flood Dragon Emperor, he might die here. The Flood Dragon Emperor couldn't use the intergalactic transportation portal. He could only break through the seal above his head and step into the void. However, in the void, even the Pathmaster's speed was quite slow. Right at this moment, Su Yu, who was comprehending the sword technique, threw out a talisman and said, "Activate it." The Flood Dragon Emperor did as he was told. As a result, a battleship in a mechanical state appeared from the talisman. Even though the Fairy of Nine Heavens was experienced and knowledgeable, she had never seen anything like it. It didn't look like a treasure at all. However, he didn't have time to think about it. He tried to control it through the talisman, and was surprised to find that the speed of the battleship was quite amazing. At least, it was much faster than the Pathmaster. After a short while, it successfully crossed a galaxy. Although it wasn't as fast as the intergalactic teleportation formation, it was already the best outcome for them since they were surrounded by enemies. 2 months later, a shocking tsunami swept across the Purple Cloud civilization. The defense outside the civilization was instantly shattered. The calm and composed Sinful Lady walked out of the tsunami and stared at the Purple Cloud Path Master calmly. "Did Su Yu leave from your place?" The Purple Cloud Path Master's heart trembled, and he said, "Sinful woman, Su Yu not only had a Path Master to protect him, but the sword technique he practiced had also reached the level of a Path Master. I was no match for them, so they escaped." The Sinful Woman looked at him coldly, then turned around and rushed toward Su Yu. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared beyond a galaxy. The Tao Master of Purple Firmament heaved a long sigh. His mind was still trembling uncontrollably as he murmured softly, "It's too terrifying!" Just the invisible pressure that was released was enough to suffocate the Purple Cloud Path Master. It was hard to imagine how devastating it would be if she were to make a move. No one can save that Su Yu. Time passed slowly. A month had passed, and Su Yu was racing against time to comprehend the sword technique. Finally, he had reached the final juncture. In a few more days, he would be able to master the ultimate essence and completely display the peak sword of the Sword Demon that day. At that time, the Sword Demon was only a divine warrior of heaven and earth, and he could already hurt the Sinful Woman with this sword. Now, Su Yu's strength was far superior to that of the Sword Demon, and the power of this sword would be enhanced to the extreme. Success or failure would depend on this stroke. However, they were extremely pressed for time. No one knew when the void tsunami had appeared behind them. The sinful woman was no more than 10 days away from them. Within 10 days, they had to successfully comprehend the sword technique, or else everything would be over. The first day passed, and the wooden sword in Su Yu's hand began to become transparent. This was a sign that the sword technique was being comprehended. However, the void tsunami was getting stronger and stronger. The second day passed, and the wooden sword became even more transparent. The third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, on this day, the Flood Dragon King found it difficult to fly the warship. Because the entire void world was filled with tsunamis, the warship could not fly smoothly. This invisibly narrowed the distance between the two. On the sixth day, the situation was even more serious. On the seventh day, the warship was extremely difficult to fly, and it was almost impossible to move an inch. On the eighth day, they could feel an aura behind them, and at this moment, they had arrived at a strange place. Behind them was the boundless void, and in front of them were densely packed meteorites, like sand on a beach. The Flood Dragon King had a look of disbelief in his eyes. The legendary 7-star civilization continent. A 7-star civilization could no longer be measured by the size of a civilization. Compared to a 7-star civilization, a 6-star civilization and below was as insignificant as a speck of dust. Therefore, a 7-star civilization was also known as a continent civilization. As they fled, they passed through countless civilized galaxies and arrived at the edge of a 7-star civilization. However, this was only the edge. To completely reach the continent, there was still a long way to go. If only we could arrive a little earlier. It's too late now. The Flood Dragon King had a bitter look in his eyes. Among the 7-star civilizations, there were many unimaginable big shots. If they were lucky enough to meet someone who could contend with the sinful woman, they might be able to escape from danger. But it was all too late, because the sinful woman had caught up. On the 9th day, the tsunami behind them could be described as sweeping across the galaxy. Any 6-star civilization that stood in front of it would be destroyed in an instant. Amidst the tsunami, the vague shadow of a giant dragon slowly approached. Roar! Finally, with a deafening dragon roar, the epic-making dragon broke through the layers of tsunami and appeared in front of them. Her whole body exuded a threatening dragon aura. Strong men below the Pathmaster could only kneel in front of the dragon aura. However, the dragon might of the giant dragon was nothing compared to the dignity emitted by the woman on its head. They could not be compared at all. Su Yu, we finally meet. After 10 years of pursuit, she had finally caught up with Su Yu. Su Yu, who had his eyes closed, slowly opened them, and a deep sense of disappointment flashed across his eyes. In the end, it was too late. Even if it was just one more day, he would have been able to complete the cultivation of the Supreme Sword. Now, it was too late to say anything. However, there was no fear in Su Yu's eyes. Instead, they were filled with an indomitable determination. The battle that was bound to come would come after all. In front of the overwhelming tsunami of nothingness, Su Yu's body stood straight, like a long sword that emitted a peerless sharpness. Indeed, we meet again. Su Yu looked at her coldly. The ill-fated relationship between them had lasted for a full 100 years. From the moment he snatched the fragment of the rules from the body of the World Annihilation Dragon, there had been an ill-fated relationship between them. It had not stopped for 100 years. "Do you have any last words to say before you die?" the sinful woman asked. Su Yu looked at the unfathomable light on her face and said lightly, "Show me your face." "Why?" The sinful woman looked calm. Su Yu said, "I want to see the expression on your face before you die." The light on the surface of the sinful woman shook, and her eyes became sharp. She said lightly, "I have heard your last words, but unfortunately they cannot be fulfilled." After saying that, a gray silk thread shot out from her eyes, entangling Suyu. The Flood Dragon Emperor hesitated for a moment, intending to resist it with his body, but Suyu easily transferred it away with the law of space. Without looking back, he said, "Let's go. If I am still alive, come back and find me." The Flood Dragon Emperor took a deep look at the sinful woman and cupped his fists at Suyu. "If you are still alive, I will find you again." He had tried his best, and the next battle was not something he could participate in. Suyu did not blame him, and was even very grateful to him. Without his help, perhaps he would have been caught by the sinful woman long ago. Risking the threat of death to help him this far was already a great kindness, and he could not ask for more. Seeing the gray thread coming towards him, Suyu snorted and grabbed it with one hand. The 8 great rules condensed in the palm of his hand and turned into an 8-colored giant dragon. With a roar, it bit the gray thread, the beginning of heaven and earth. The giant dragon destroyed itself, and after the 8 great rules were annihilated at the same time, a destructive shock wave was created. The gray thread could easily destroy the Pathmaster, but at this moment it was destroyed by the shock wave, leaving nothing behind. The epic-making dragon was deeply surprised. The 8 great rules. You have successfully comprehended all of them. Incredible. Between heaven and earth, there were the 8 great rules. Generally speaking, the heavenly law did not allow anyone to successfully comprehend them. Those who succeeded in comprehending any one of them were demons who defied the natural order and were all accepted into the heavenly law palace. Right now, Suyu had actually comprehended all of the 8 great rules. What a miracle this was! Right now, the 8 great rules were annihilated at the same time, creating a strange shock wave that was even more astonishing. There was a hint of fear in the eyes of the epic-making dragon. That shock wave could only appear at one time. That was the moment of destruction. When the great beginning realm was destroyed, the 8 great rules were destroyed, and the shock wave produced was the first to destroy all the creatures in the world. There were almost no living beings that could resist that shock wave. The power of destruction. The sinful woman's eyes became sharper. Fortunately, they are only rules. If you had turned them into rules, it would have been really dangerous. After saying that, the sinful woman gently pinched 2 fingers forward and crushed the remaining power of destruction. At the same time, she raised her hand, and an incomparably huge domain shrouded above Suyu. All the Buddhas of the entire Western Pure Land joined forces and failed to resist it. In the end, they all ended up being annihilated, let alone Suyu, who was alone. The powerful oppression set off a boundless gust of wind, blowing Suyu's silver hair into the wind. The silver hair covered his face, but it could not hide the eyes that were still burning with an inextinguishable flame in the midst of despair. Before this battle, he had seen Qin Xianer for the last time. He had received a smile from her, heard Xia Jingyu's voice, and knew that she was still safe. So what regrets did he have? Even if he died, he had no regrets. The faith of all the heavens be upon me. He crushed all the Buddha beads in the space. There were statues of Suyu inside. They were statues of faith built by everyone in the Jinlong continent, the Jiuzhou world, the Starry Sky God Realm, and the ancient God Realm when they worshipped Suyu. There was an unknown amount of pure power of faith gathered inside. Now, with a single command, all the faith was bestowed upon him.